Uh,
Guys, don't forget, a 58-year-old Frank Ribery is still playing on the wing and still shooting fast.
But Xavi's systematic, man. Xavi's systematic.
Kylian Mbappe is not the black Milanko black mark. It's the black Mario Balotelli.
That makes no sense. Yo, guys, we're back in the game, back in the game, back in the game. Welcome, 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 welcome all back to the beautiful Hangout. We're back in the beautiful Hangout. This is Saturday Hangout. And you know, it's been good, man, because this has been a time for me to take some detox. It's been a bit of a break. Yet we've had a few internationals. I don't know why they still allow San Marino to still take part in football matches, but it is what it is. It is what it is, man. So shout out to Nigeria, of course, getting their win against Benin, qualifying for the Nations Cup and so forth. So we're gonna talk internationals most likely on tomorrow. Tomorrow night we're gonna do a whole international roundup. Euros, Copa America, Nations Cup. Just talk about international football as a whole and just see where teams are at, where countries are at, and so much. Maybe look at the past, the present. But for now, we're going to just look at what I think are the biggest topics that have been happening in football at the moment. So I think really, our main topic is going to be this whole Haaland situation, where Haaland is going to go. We're going to talk about Lukaku as well. We're going to talk about FFP, financial fair play. It's out of there. Bram is about to say what's up. And something that I think will be a good discussion is the state of football. Because I keep hearing this from people who've been saying stuff to me. And I just want to ask the panel and the crew has football gotten worse? Has the football quality decreased in time? So we're going to address that, So, as was saying again, guys, like that vid. Subscribe if you're new. And remember, if you want to support the channel by sending in those super chats, I will get to them as soon as possible. I have my monitoring any of your supers out there. So, guys, look, man. It is what it is. We're going to try and give you the best possible show. And on these Hangouts, it's not personal. We just try and keep it a stack. We try and keep it real. So if we hurt your feelings by things we say, feel free to unsubscribe. Feel free to meet me in the street and I'll beat you up if I see you on the street. So without further ado, Skip, man, I think it's time for us to hit that first topic, man. And that, of course, is Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland. So, it's quite simple here. He is rumored to be leaving this summer. That's the rumor. The rumor is he's about to head out this summer, and he's about to say what's up. So the question now is, where should he go? And the two clubs that have been pretty much, the one club that has been really on the front line has been Chelsea, but now Real Madrid have now come into the mix, and whenever Real Madrid come into the mix, you cannot ignore their presence. So what I wanted to try to discuss here, over here and of course in the live chat, is where should he go? I've given my thoughts on the video that I put out there, so where should he go? If it's Chelsea, why Chelsea? If it's Real Madrid, why Real Madrid? Or if you're mad enough to even say stay at Dortmund, why? Or if you're my good friend, the no CL final dude called Latza, maybe it's neither Chelsea, Real Madrid, maybe it's Man City, maybe it's even Scornthorpe. How about Elche? What about Pescara? These are all teams that he could potentially go to. So That's what I want to hear from you guys is where should your boy Erling Haaland head to? Where should he go? Where will he most be needed, man? So I want to come first to and also guys, again, quick reminder as well. Try and keep your answers concise, and I will try and get in as many
Is that
people as
Abdullahi, by the
possible.
way? Is that Abdullahi, the first guy?
No.
Best
Wait,
owner
no.
in football.
Oh no, it's Eric. It's Eric.
Is Eric?
Eric, yeah, Eric.
What to say?
So basically, yeah, look, that's how it rolls, man. So my thing is that we'll try and get as many guys. So anybody who still wants to come through, I will announce when there's a free space, and I will try and chop and change as much as possible to get as many guys in there as possible. So Eric, man, Chelsea guy, try and take your bias out of this. Try best to take your bias out of this. If you're Erling Haaland, which would be the best destination? Chelsea, Real Madrid, or is there another club that would be the best for him? Talk to me, Eric.
Yes, the neutral football supporter speaking now.
Oh, really?
Yes. I'm not too sure where this Madrid thing came from. It just seemed to come out of nowhere. I'm not even sure if they can afford this guy. I'm not sure, but
have you heard of FFP? Have you heard of?
I've heard.
Do you know a guy called Florentino Perez? Do you know what he looks like? I can send you a picture if you want. Does that look like a man who needs to know where the money comes from? So please, let's talk real, man. Thank you.
Okay, cool. Yeah, it's an obvious. I mean, if it was between Chelsea and Man City, that would be a little bit difficult because we know that Man City don't like to spend over a certain amount of money. We know that they're not too keen on having transfer. What's the word? Then they're not too keen on having transfer sagas with other clubs. But if they decided to have a bidding war, then that would have been very interesting. But Madrid isn't really in the same position, in my opinion, and their team isn't as good. Like their team is just nowhere near.
No, but are you ignoring that it's Real Madrid, or you don't think that the name Real Madrid holds much sway?
Yes, I'm ignoring that it's Real Madrid because you have to an extent because this team are just.
I don't have to do anything, bro. It's a free world.
Okay, but I think if you're being realistic, then you would because if I was Erling Haaland, there's an obvious. I'm either going to Man City or Chelsea, or even Liverpool would be a better option than
So,
Madrid.
okay, but if it's between Chelsea and Real Madrid, what would be the better option for Haaland?
Obviously, it's Chelsea. I mean, it's an obvious decision. London, better team, young team. We have a much brighter future ahead of us. I mean, what direction are Madrid going in? We don't even know what they're trying to do.
So what if Real Madrid manages to get Mbappe? They bring back Odegaard. They bring back Kubo. Then what?
What happens with Zidane? Does Zidane still stay? Because obviously he doesn't want Odegaard. So
no. Okay, so my sense, I paint the scenario for you well. Okay, Zidane goes. They have a new manager, and they bring back Odegaard, bring back Kubo. Still, you still say Chelsea?
Yeah, I would have to still say Chelsea because we just have a much more exciting project ahead of us.
Obviously Mason Mount.
Yes,
Okay.
Mason Mount. The other youth players as well. And we have Tuchel as well, who's getting the most. I mean, if you see how if you just look at how he's elevated the team, it's ridiculous. I mean, Chelsea have the best defense in Europe. Do you know how crazy that sounds? With Rudiger and with Rudiger and Christensen at the back, that's fantastic coaching. So it's an obvious decision there. If not being biased at all, if I was Haaland, I would go to Chelsea over Madrid.
All right, Eric. As much as I would love for him to come to Chelsea, you put forth a pretty garbage argument, but it is what it is, man. Vilton, talk to me. Which would be the better option for Haaland?
Objectively wise, if I'm Haaland, because if Zidane's still the manager at Real Madrid, he's not gonna change the formation. It's still gonna be a 4-3-3 formation.
So try and maybe enter into the mind of Zidane. Do you think he wants Haaland?
No, I don't.
Nope.
I think the club wants Haaland. I think because Perez been saying he wants to splash a lot of money this summer, but I don't think Zidane really want. I think he wants Mbappe more than Haaland.
Ooh, I just since HH said that I had a garbage take, which obviously he's trying to use some reverse psychology. Nice try with your reverse. No, okay. There's a huge point there that I didn't mention. Holland is will he replace Benzema? Benzema isn't done, so is Benzema going to sit on the bench because of Holland?
No. That's what I was explaining in my video and sort of it's like, and that's why I won't even bring it. Wilton is, if Zidane stays, I don't know how Haaland fits into that start team because I doubt he's going to go to a 4-4-2 or 4-4-1-1.
Yeah, I was about to say 4-4-2.
You know, or do you think he could do a 4-4-1-1, put Benzema behind Haaland?
But in all honesty, though, I don't think Haaland's leaving this summer too because the release clause that's been in pub. I know the FFPs, but I don't think because it'd be.
Bro, Wilton, I had 170.
No,
Bram
but be logical.
Keep the change.
Why not just wait till next summer and bat it out? Because it's gonna be 75 million. You got to look at it from a business perspective. I'm pretty sure those from a Dortmund they put it at once because they could have raised it higher. They know nobody's gonna spend 170.
Maybe somebody might do a pre-contract. Maybe a pre-contract might happen this summer.
Hey, maybe. But objectively, I think if it had to be, if it's not Madrid, I think he should go to Man City.
Oh, don't suck up to Lazio, man. Come on.
No, not Lazio. Just because Pep can take Haaland to the next level because we know how good he is with like developing youngsters. I'm not disrespecting Tuchel if anything. Chelsea is still doing a project. Chelsea's not there yet, but Man City is a finished project. They just need to win the Champions League.
Tuchel compared to Pep is a farmer, by the way.
Can you mute your mic, please? Thank you. Wilton, continue.
Haaland, if you had to pick between Chelsea and City, yes, Chelsea are the bigger club, yes, but I would pick City instead but the problem is Haaland gonna be okay being in the rotation because Pep love rotating the lineup. So
that's the thing, because if he goes to Chelsea, you are guaranteed
number 9
to be the top striker because that flop Timo Werner is gonna be on his way out of there now. So there's only gonna be one guy in there because either Timo Werner is not there or he'll be there to wash your boots. So take your pick. He'll be either a boot washer or he'll be leaving or he'll be part of the fabric.
If you go to City, you're gonna rotate between Jesus and yourself. So
and also false 9 and all that stuff and so forth. And then also, how do you know whether he'll fit into Pep's system? Like Chelsea, bro, striker. All Chelsea need is just a guy to finish the ball. But Pep is like, this false 9, pass, tiki tack.
Great point.
And there's been a lot of hype going for Haaland too, bro. Because I've been watching the World Cup qualifier. Yes, I know it's Norway, guys. I get it, it's Norway, but Haaland hasn't. I don't know. It could be just be a blip. It could be just be Norway.
Okay, let me. As a Madrid fan, would you want Haaland in your? Would you want Real Madrid to go for Haaland? Or
of course, I would want to, but I don't think he's gonna be integrated into the system properly with Zidane if Zidane's still the manager because there's no way Zidane is gonna bench Benzema. Benzema is his guy. It's not happening. But I do think the club goal is mainly to get Mbappe. As a bonus, if we get Haaland too, that'd be fantastic. But if I'm Haaland, I would go to Man City.
So how realistic is Mbappe? So does he have a release clause or something like that? Or what's the?
If he doesn't resign the contract, we might be able to buy him. If he doesn't resign
this summer.
Yeah, well, most likely next summer, but this summer we can too.
So okay, so when does his contract expire? It's next summer.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Because there's been a lot of rumors saying we're gonna spend a lot of money this summer, so I don't know.
No, because basically, all I'm saying is that because we'll get to FFP afterwards and so forth, and just talk about FFP, but I think that this summer things could pop. I think basically this summer, I think we're going to see a lot of this. Like things could really pop off this summer because I'm just saying that basically Bram and Perez are just going to say, you know what, let's pop bottles. And so if balls are being popped, could we see the prodigy in El Blancos?
And I have this quick question for you. Do you believe that international duty like really gives you the world class label, because what I've seen from Bruno Fernandes doing those World Cup qualifier, right?
Fraudulent.
It's-
Fraudulent.
because bro, this guy is so bad on the ball, bro.
He's
Oh
overrated.
my
He's
god, bro.
overrated.
I'm not hating. I'm not trying to hate on him.
No.
It just-
See, what I always say is that for me, you really need the two flex. Hence why I've always called Aguero a domestic merchant, because Aguero has flopped for Argentina and it's flopped in the Champions League. But my main thing is that Aguero, as good as you've been at and so forth,
He has not
call you
flopped in the
world-class.
Champions League.
Can I?
Plays for
Latza,
bricks that don't win the
Latza,
Champions League, Hated.
Can you mute?
Yeah, he hasn't flopped in the
Let's
Champions
just keep that mic muted and just
What kind of
mute it.
stupid conclusion has he come to?
Wilson, sorry before I was rudely interrupted by that brick below you. You needed the two flex. So you need to say what's up club wise and what's up internationally. Aguero has been a flop for
Aren't you-
Argentina.
aren't-
Yeah,
aren't you being-
Argentina. That's all. That's all.
Hey,
Aren't you
this
being
man,
too
you know.
harsh? Aren't
How
you
many
being too
goals does
harsh?
Drogba have in the Champions League? Tell me.
Eric, can you please talk before you
Yeah,
interrupt
yeah.
Eric?
Aren't you being a little bit too harsh, because your guy De Bruyne, he hasn't done anything in the CL and he hasn't done anything in the international.
Whoever said De Bruyne is my guy?
No, he's talking
thought-
to Nata. He's talking to Nata.
Oh.
No, I'm talking to HJ. I thought, don't you
What?
like you don't like De Bruyne?
De Bruyne?
Bro, this guy's
Eric,
a
Eric, wait, Eric, to put
What?
very simply, I hold De Bruyne responsible for Hazard not being a World Cup winner. If that overrated
Wow.
loser showed up in that semi-final,
What was Hazard
would
against
be-
Brazil?
No,
What was
can I
Hazard
can I
against
answer the guy's question?
What was
Eric,
Hazard against Brazil?
Eric, if that loser,
What was Fadzad against
if that
Brazil?
if that overrated bomb showed up in that semi, Hazard would be a World Cup winner, and we would have very different hangouts, very very different hangouts from henceforth.
But
Hey,
you
guys.
can still so De Bruyne is not your boy, but the point still stands. Is De Bruyne world class or not? He hasn't done anything.
No,
in
he's
the
not
Champions
world
League.
class. No, he's not.
Hey,
he's not
Ted,
world
I
class,
swear
no.
you used to
He's not.
rate Sergio Aguero before. What happened to you?
Wilton, can you please continue before you were interrupted? Wilton, continue.
Yeah, no, I just had to say that. I just think that international duty really, it really molds you what type of player you are. Like, for example, Lewandowski yesterday. I believe Poland were losing 3-2. I didn't get to watch that game because I was at work, but I hear he scored a really good G to tie the game up. I'm not saying for Poland to win a World Cup or a Euro. We all know that's not gonna happen. But you have to show up for your country to really show.
Oh no, for sure, because again, you can always just hide behind your $1 million team. So just
And-
put.
As for Latza, bro, De Bruyne, bro, with him having the key to that Belgium team, I don't think Belgium
I think you have a very short memory. But you know what happened? What happened in the 80s?
Bro,
Yes, Cruz and Modric.
you know they
Absolutely outclassed.
Wilson, ignore
you know they drew 1-1.
Bombs.
You know they drew 1-1 to Czech Republic.
Give me a break.
Bro,
Wait.
give me a break.
Wilson,
How the hell is
Wilson,
Belgium
relax.
ranked?
Wilson, wait, ignore Latza. Wilson, look at me, Wilson. If with De Bruyne
Do
as
not
the
look
main
at
guy,
it.
with De Bruyne as the main guy, Wilson, listen to me. Those guys are not getting past that group stage. Okay,
Bro.
let me say this
Okay,
right now. How do you
Hazard's
say?
too
wait,
busy
wait,
eating burgers
if-
and getting injured.
if-
But De Bruyne is down
How
here.
do you
50
say,
points.
guys? Any Belgian guys in the chat? How do you say in Belgium? Don't bother turning up to the Euros if you don't have Eden Hazard. If you can see me
How
that's in
have we
Belgium,
got
I
here,
like it.
guys?
So
Guys, how we
so
get
look,
here?
No, because
No,
H is
no,
the
blame
no. The
Wilson.
reason I'm saying that,
Shh,
the reason I'm
No, if Kevin De Bruyne wins the
Wait,
Champions
hold on.
League,
So Wilton, to close this off.
Wilton, I'm coming back
hey,
to you.
That's a
I'm
mute
going
your
back to
mic.
you.
Wilton,
Mute your mic.
ignore
You are
him.
finished.
Ignore him.
You are
Ignore him.
finished.
So Wilton, so just to round off, so what do you think will happen this summer with Haaland then? If it's a hazard, I guess.
I think he's gonna stay. I think one more season, because the release squad is gonna be 70-something million next summer. So yes, City can go out and buy him, but I was, as a business perspective, if Chelsea were to spend that much money and this guy flop, my goodness, we're gonna be laughing at you guys.
Okay, and last thing before I come to Abdul, if you were advising Haaland, what would be the best move for him? Which club would be the best move? And don't you dare say Bayern.
I would know. They already have Lewandowski, so I would go to City, because City, you have a really world-class manager that can even to be honest with you, Liverpool. Firmino's been out of form, so he could go to Liverpool too. Klopp can help him take him to the next level. Chelsea too, because they do need a number 9. So you have those 3 options. But if I had to pick between those 3, based on format, I would go with Pep, because Pep is that dude in the Prem.
Abdul, talk to me, man. Haaland, man.
I don't think City are in the question at all. because if you know anything of City, they don't pay any more than 100 million for a player.
60, not even 100. 60.
Yeah, I know, but the reason for that is City don't want to make it obvious that they're buying football, man. They're not a PSG. City, they will never go out and spend 100 million on a.
But Real Madrid didn't buy football.
But I'm
Real
talking
Madrid
about
didn't buy football.
I'm talking about
This makes no sense. You gotta hit. Okay.
God damn.
City, they will never go out and spend 100 million, 180 million on one player. That's just not gonna happen. Chelsea, you know,
Bram is coming, man. Bram is coming. Abdul, let me tell you right now, Abdul, where's my phone? Abdul, I spoke to Bram a few hours ago, and Bram said, HH, we're going to pop off. I don't know what that means, but he just told me, he said, half full, what about a pop off this summer? And I said, Bram, I'm begging you, what do you mean? He says, nope, I need to now go to my yacht and so forth. But he says we're going to pop off. I don't know what that means, but please continue.
Maybe it means you're going to shoot somebody. Who knows?
You never know these Russian dudes.
Okay. Whoa. Let's guys. Okay. Because trust me, these guys. Because I know Russians, so please. Eric, mute. Abdul, talk to me.
I don't think. I can't see why he would be interested in a move in Chelsea. Chelsea, they don't have the pull. They don't have the pull that they used to have. Like. People seem to forget.
Eric, mute, man. Mute. Don't take the bait.
People seem to forget that Chelsea, they haven't been in a quarterfinal of the Champions League for 6 years. All right, but let me finish, bro. You're gonna get your turn. Let me finish. The thing that makes Chelsea attractive is money. All right, is money. The thing with Chelsea is. They invested a lot of money in 2 young prospects from the Bundesliga last season, and they both flopped. All right?
Abdul, I'm going to stop you there. I can't allow you to carry on with these lies.
Let him keep. No. Haters, you like cutting off people. You don't like people cutting off people. Let him continue. Come on, Abdul.
Werner flopped. Havertz flopped. And they were both in very similar situations to Haaland.
But according to HH, Havertz hasn't flopped because he scored a hat-trick.
Can you please let the guy finish his point, bro? I'm begging
Abdul,
you, bro.
Okay, Abdul, I'm going to let you finish, but I'm going to respond to every lie you've said because you have said a lot of lies, and I feel it's my responsibility to respond. So, Abdul, carry on with your lies. I will now truthify your lies. Continue.
All right. So, honestly, I can't see what the point. A move to Chelsea. The thing with Chelsea, when I watch Chelsea, like a lot of people don't realize Chelsea, they don't create a lot of chances for the number 9. They really don't. All right. So for me, Chelsea, if he's gonna go to Chelsea, he's gonna see it as a step up from Dortmund, but not his
I'm making notes to all of your points. But continue. Let him finish. Continue.
I want to give you the club I think he's going to go to. Real Madrid, I don't think he's going to Real Madrid because Benzema, he's really stepped up. Zidane loves Benzema more than his own child. If Real Madrid are going to get anyone big this summer, it's going to be Mbappe because Haaland isn't going to work with Benzema. So I think they need a left winger more than anything else.
Wait, Abdul, you said that they don't have creators, but I heard they're going to buy world-class Coutinho soon. So they will have a creative player.
Relax.
Chelsea.
Wait. Zimmer, relax.
I wish they could get that guy off our books, man.
So Abdul, before I respond to the garbage you've just spouted, where would you advise Haaland to go, and where do you think he will go? What would be the right place for him to go?
I think the best thing for him. All right, let me just. Before you start spouting at me, all right? If Barcelona could gather in money, right?
Oh, don't do this to us.
Let me just finish. Please, let me finish.
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Please, let me finish this. All right. it would be massive for him because he could take over the throne of Lionel Messi.
Whoa!
Don't do this, bro. Relax.
Let me just finish.
Where's my thing? No. Where's
One
my
last
thing?
thing.
Also, one more. Did you just open your rotten mouth and say that Erling Braut Haaland? No, Zeman, let me deal with this man. Did you just open your rotten mouth and say Erling Haaland is going to replace Lionel Messi? Abdul,
As our
are
main
you
man, not the same
Abdul,
style
are you
of player,
sick?
as a
Are
main
you
man.
sick? Are you sick, or do you smoke grass?
No, bro, I'm saying he could, if he becomes the next big thing.
No,
Everyone in the panel, just have mercy for Barcelona. No need to go on the club. This is Abdullah's case. This is not Barcelona. We're not a part of this negotiation. This is all him.
Abdul, did somebody pay you to come on here and just
wait. Okay. Abdul, finish your point.
All right. My main thing is I advise him to stay where he is because it'll be more. He will. I think an extra year at Dortmund wouldn't do too much harm for him. Like he would grow even more, and he could make a lot more money if he moves next year because he's going to be cheaper and he's going to be able to choose which club he wants to go to because right now it's only maybe 2 clubs that can afford him next year when his release clause kicks in. All the big teams can afford him, so he can choose which team he actually wants to play for, i.e. Barcelona, and take over Messi's throne.
Okay. So before I come to Jamal, there's too much crap that he said, so I need to just respond to all this nonsense. First thing, no. Okay, let me respond to all of the crap he just said. So
hat-tricking as Barnsley, yeah.
So the first thing you said, you have it. Last I checked, Abdul, and also this is a rhetorical question, so you're not meant to answer. Who was the guy that gave the through ball to Timo Werner in the game against FC Porto?
That's all he's done.
No. Okay, so
how much did he buy for? 90 million.
Okay.
Are you being serious, AJ? So are you making?
No. I'm not. Let me finish. I'll let you talk. Let me just finish. So, everything that Havertz did for that piece of crap loser called Frank Homeboy doesn't count.
Easy.
It's all down to Thomas. So that's the first thing. No, man. Let me land. Let me to this guy. I beg. So, FC Porto. Sorry. Atletico Madrid. Dud. Degree of difficulty. 2-time CL finalists. Second leg. They need a goal. Chelsea are under pressure. Who comes with the defining moments?
And who got the assist? Who got the assist?
So
under pressure?
Who comes with the defining moments and the through ball to Werner that led to the assist over to Ziyech?
No, Eric, don't try that. Eric, don't try that. Eric, don't say Werner got the assist. The guy is a striker, okay?
Wait, so Abdul. So Havertz, boom. He's done completed already shown what he can do because I judge you on CL knockouts per performances. Werner, do you know how many chances this guy has missed? This guy misses chances for fun. So don't give me this nonsense that there are great chances for the striker. No. This guy has missed chances.
No. Who was your star signing?
No, can I? No.
What has he contributed? Forget Werner.
So my thing is this. Abdul. The fact is that he has missed these chances, which means that he has gotten these chances, but he's not put them away. It's very simple. So Werner, he's been a flop, and the fact of the matter is that Haaland coming in, he will put away those chances that Werner couldn't put away because Werner is a complete and utter flop. He's been a complete total failure and a disgrace. And also, last thing as well. No, just real quick. Last thing as well, Abdul. How dare you open your mouth and put Haaland in the same breath as Messi? As a man. As a man. No. As a guy who claims to support Abdul, no. Can I finish? Can I land? Thank you. Good. So, as a man who claims to support Barcelona, that's why Zeman has distanced himself from you. You're on an island. Because any Barca fan that's heard you spout that nonsense would slap you in the face. Give you one hot slap. The contribution that Messi brings, Haaland is sniffing the amount of contribution that Messi brings. So you saying that he will not fill the role of Messi? Are you sick? If you said that's what you said. You said
take the spotlight. That's what I meant. You know, when Messi leaves, we need to have a new main guy like we had Ronaldinho.
It's not him, bro.
It's not him. You see, if you said Neymar, I get it. It's not Haaland is a goal scorer. That's it.
I know, but bro, we need an out and out shining star like our fifth.
Wait. We have to move on. So I'm going to come to Jamal then. So I'll modest. So Jamal, talk to me.
Can I go before, man? I gotta go real quick.
Okay, I'll modest. Hit me. Go for it.
Okay. So first of all, I gotta say I'm not bantering, but Haaland is bigger than Chelsea. Why would the future best striker in the world go to Chelsea?
It needs to hold
Why would the future best striker in the world go to Chelsea?
What kind of nonsense are you talking here? What are you?
Let's land. He's lying, by the way.
When Neymar was the next big thing, did he even consider Chelsea? Did Mbappe consider Chelsea?
He went to PSG is bigger than Chelsea, I mean.
I love this guy, man. I love this guy.
Lots of shots.
No, explain what you're saying. PSG
tell me when's the last time Chelsea signed the top player?
HH, full of my rivals, HH.
Tell me when's the last time Chelsea signed the top player? When's the last time Chelsea signed the top player? Like
we signed Thiago Silva this season.
Thiago Silva, when he's finished, when his career is almost over, they signed him.
Eric,
he's not finished. No,
Eric, no. You see, Eric, I can't defend you there. I'm sorry, Eric, I can't. If you say Eric, you're on your own there. You're on your own with Thiago Silva. I'm sorry.
Thiago Silva a bad player.
He's not a top.
Last top player
who's the best centre back in the world right now? Who's the best centre back in the world right now?
He's 36, man. How's he going to be one of the top?
Who is the best centre back in the world right now?
Marquinhos.
If they signed him in his prime, is different. If they signed him in his prime, is different.
So okay. So Almanis, continue.
I'm joking, by the way.
Yeah, like listen, man. Haaland in 2 years, when Lewandowski isn't scoring all these goals anymore, he's going to be the best striker in the world. He's proven it. He's proven in the CL.
So
he has the fewest
why
games
can't Chelsea have the best striker in the world? Why not?
When have you ever signed whoever's the best in the world? When has Chelsea ever done that?
Why not? Wait.
Man, have you seen how obsessed Haaland is with winning? He's obsessed with winning. He sleeps with his hat-trick balls, man.
But Almaris, what if Abramovich says to Haaland, first of all, we're going to pay you more than anyone else.
No, but
let me land. Please, let me land. Easy. So Almaris, what if he says that, bro, we're going to pay you however much you want. All Chelsea needs is a goal scorer. Chelsea with this stupid loser called Werner have been screwed over.
Chelsea aren't there yet. They're not one of the best teams in the world. They're not one of the best teams in the world right now.
A goal scorer changes everything. It's very simple.
Yeah, but I'm saying Haaland wants to win. Haaland wants to win. He wants to go. He wants to go to whoever is the best team in the world. He doesn't want to go to.
Does he really?
To Chelsea and sign some players and build. Like City are already there.
Okay. So I'm honest. Where do you think he should go? Which club do you think Haaland should go to?
Like, he has to go to City. Look at all the creative players they have. Like, it'll be perfect for him. Like, City is the perfect place for Haaland. They need a striker.
A team who've never been to a CL final?
They're the best team in the world right now. Them and Bayern are the best team in the world right now.
They're the best team in the world, but they've never been to a CL final. All right, okay.
Or a semi.
When was the last time you went to a CL final?
That's a shush. I might continue.
Okay, so we're not okay. So we're talking about right now who can win the CL. City are the favorites. Them and Bayern are the favorites. So I don't think he'll go to Bayern because they don't spend big. Like Bayern don't spend big, but they do a lot of cheating in the Bundesliga. So maybe Dortmund will sell them Haaland for 50 mil. I don't know, man. So
Okay, so why City over Real Madrid?
I mean, Real Madrid, aging players, like Ramos is almost gone, Modric is almost gone. You know, City, like, they look at their team, man. Like, imagine how many goals he's gonna be getting, man. So, like, I don't know. Like, if Madrid, I think they want Mbappe more than Haaland. I think.
Almaris, all I'm saying is that if Bram gets Haaland this summer, I want you to host.
Yeah, but like, okay, are they gonna relax FFP this summer? Because you spent big last summer. So.
Can I just quickly interject?
No. Wait.
You guys need to just for one second.
Very quickly.
Yeah, guys in the comments, you guys need to just relax, just chill, just easy, just allow it. Okay, please, thank you.
Okay, before I come to Jamal, see, I've not even been looking at the comments because I know the kind of crap that guys will be saying, but let me just hit what some of you are saying, man. So, shout out to your boy Dark. Thank you for the dub, Mr. Dark, who says, "Don't blame KDB for Hazard. Blame KFC." Dark, that's sick.
Oh,
that's sick. Dark, that's sick. That's sick. And also, by the way, he wasn't overweight in our World Cup semi. And yes, I still blame De Bruyne because if De Bruyne showed up, Hazard would be a World Cup winner. So no, don't come with that.
Wait, is De Bruyne at fault for Hazard eating burgers every day?
Can you mute? So from Miguel Rabinez, thank you for the dub. So Miguel Rabinez says, to that loser, Drogba won the CL for Chelsea in 2012. Remind me, what did Aguero do in the CL? Miguel Rabinez, let me just explain to you. Latza suffers from BA. It's called brick analysis. So please excuse him and so forth because his BA will keep on.
I'll come to your brick analysis soon.
And Miguel Rabinez, I keep asking Latza, when did City win their CL? And he refuses to give me an answer. But don't worry, Miguel Rabinez, we will get down to the bottom of it and find out when City won their first CL. From Coatley Awesome, thank you for the dub, Coatley Awesome. Coatley Awesome says, is Barca a big club after the CL embarrassment? Coatley Awesome, you make a great point, but at the end of the day, it's still Barcelona. Mm-hmm. And they have built up so much cachet and so forth. Barcelona, that name can still attract big names because of just what that club means and its history. So even if they got touched 8-2, they still have that cachet. Jamal, talk to me.
Yeah, man. This is looking like it's going to be a mad stream. Can you go this whole stream without saying, can I respond? Can you do that?
Impossible. Hey, no. See, I'll try, but it depends on what you say. If you say stuff that triggers me, I can't promise you that I can't say can I respond. But continue. I'll try my best though.
Yeah, man. For me, I don't think any of these clubs are good for him. But if I have to pick one out of these two, I will say Chelsea. The reason is why is because, guys, in case you missed it, if Zidane stays as Real Madrid manager, Benzema will be Real Madrid starting striker in 2062. Benzema will be 62 and still be striking for Real Madrid if Zidane stays. And next thing, guys, Real Madrid, I think Chelsea are further more in their transition than Real Madrid. Real Madrid have a lot of old players, man. I mean, Ramos, Cruz, Modric. Modric is still starting, 35, 36. And can these guys go in next season? And for me, Real Madrid need more than a goal scorer. I think they need a complete player. So if they bring Mbappe and Haaland, we could talk. Or if that,
Jamal, I totally disagree with you. I think they need to look to the past and bring in Cristiano Ronaldo to fit the pieces to make them work. I don't think they should look to the future. That's all I gotta say.
But the thing with Chelsea,
continue.
The thing with Chelsea are not the finished article as well, because I still think Chelsea need a quality inside forward and a left back, because Chilwell is classy, he's trash.
Yeah.
But the thing with Bram is, with FFP being thing, Bram could say, Haaland, I could bring you 150 mil, plus I could bring a quality left back, plus I could bring a next quality inside forward. So that is why I feel Chelsea he might go Chelsea. Plus, guys, the guy's 20. Real Madrid will always be there for him. He could spend 5 years at Chelsea, and then when he's 26, 27, Real Madrid is still there. Mm-hmm. So he could just go chill in London, see what the English women are doing, see the English women are feeling him, see the feeling, the link, and yeah, man. So yeah, but for me, the correct club for him.
Would you want him at Liverpool? Would you want Klopp to go in for him?
Yes, but it will never happen because, guys, I think this season is clouding people's judgment. But if Verge and Gomez come back on Matip, I think Liverpool are a finished article. So if we just drop a Haaland in instead of Firmino, I feel that thing could do some.
I heard
but it'll never
that.
happen.
I heard that a few people might be leaving Liverpool. At the end of the season. So I'm not sure.
It's according.
So where do you think he will go to then?
You guys might sound crazy, but I think he'll stay at Dortmund for the next year. I really think he's not going. And wait, I know I have to say something. People keep on saying he should go Manchester City. Guys, is Haaland a Manchester City type striker?
They're not thinking.
Manchester City very technical strikers.
Very fantastic. Well said.
Eric, let's land
the perfect striker for Manchester City will be Harry Kane. Because Harry Kane could do the whole job deep. He's a complete striker. If Pep
don't get that 0 trophy merchant in his whole 9-year
career,
yeah, but Harry Kane
near my club.
Who is a better footballer, Harry Kane or Erling Haaland? He could drop deep. He could do the false nine thing. His passing is very good, and he's a finisher. So maybe you just need Pep to give him that killer instinct. And who knows? So, guys, I will be scared if Manchester City get Harry Kane, because for me that is the perfect striker for Pep and Manchester City.
So okay, next summer, so it'll be like 75 million and everything. Where do you now think Haaland will then end up if, let's say, he now moves next summer? So because he's thinking to Dortmund, so which is the club that he moves to after Dortmund? If it's next summer,
if it's 75 mil, Liverpool, because that's in our budget, and I think we have a perfect relationship with Dortmund because of the whole club thing, and he have a soft spot for Liverpool because in interviews he said he likes Anfield, he likes the stadium, he likes the atmosphere, and Liverpool have a special place in heart. So if he goes for 65 mil, that's the race cost. I feel we might get it.
All right, Ahmad, talk to me, and also Ahmad, I'm so glad you're here, Ahmad, because especially when we get onto the FFP. This discussion. I want you to take the lead in that discussion. But first of all, Ahmad, where do you think Haaland will go, and do you think Haaland should replace Neymar, who has filled for your club? Continue. Is that
what?
Oh, no, I didn't say anything. But so Haaland, talk to me. Haaland, what do you think about him?
So you're talking about Haaland to PSG?
Ahmad, what do you think about Erling Haaland, the Norwegian guy with blonde hair? Where do you think he should go to?
I think he will leave this summer, because Dortmund is all about the money, and they won't sell him.
That's a great.
They won't sell him for a lower amount next season if they can get like 100 plus this season. But to be honest, HH, I think you're being. I know, like, I hate Barcelona, but you're being a bit disrespectful, man. Like, I honestly think Haaland to Barcelona, there is a possibility. Just because.
They're broke.
No. I know they're broke, but let's say PSG gets Messi, and that's 100 million off the wage bill. Isn't there a possibility for Haaland to Barcelona?
Oh, no. Oh, wait. Wait. No, Ahmad, get it straight. No, this is no disrespect to Barcelona. I was just responding to Abdul by saying Haaland isn't the type of player to fill in the boots of Messi and fill the role that Messi filled for Barca. And 100%, of course, Haaland to Barca is realistic, especially if Messi goes to PSG for whatever fee it is, and for whatever, and you take off that wage bill, then Haaland makes great sense. And now that would be very interesting if you now have Haaland, the Oos, Griezmann, all these guys in there. So yeah.
No. The problem with that is if Messi leaves, we can. I totally agree with you, Ahmed. The other problem is even if we were to sell, even if we were trying to sell Griezmann and Coutinho, they have such high wages that it's going to be hard for us to sell them, especially Griezmann.
Yeah. But I think if you sell Messi, that's like 130 million a year, and that would be a big thing. And then PSG, it will never happen. Like, that's the lowest possibility, just because if you guys remember when we played Dortmund in the round of 16 last season, like the whole team mocked him when we went through, and they did his celebration. So, and I really don't want him because we have the best youngster in the world. So,
but
we don't need Haaland.
I just want to say, do you think Sancho and Haaland will move in the same window? That's madness. I think Sancho is going this summer, so that's why I don't think Haaland will go.
Like,
Because they're not losing two of them in the summer.
You see, nothing Dortmund does ever shocks me. And I think Ahmad just hits a huge point, which is that Dortmund are a selling club. And they're like, how much money can we make? So if they can sell Haaland this summer for 170, say 70, 80, 90 plus Sancho, they'll do it. And then they'll just use that money just to rebuild and sell. Dortmund are a business enterprise. They're not a football club. They're a business enterprise. A pretty profitable one as well, but they're a business enterprise. But
how long does Sancho have his contract? Because Haaland, he has a release clause. And I really think he will leave this summer. And if they had to choose between them two, even though Sancho has been linked to many clubs before, I think they will choose Haaland instead, just because of the extra money they will get.
Sancho has until 2023.
Okay, that's a hard one still. But
yeah, he had extension.
For me, I don't know. For me, it's between Chelsea. I don't know if City will go for him, just because I don't think it hits Pep Guardiola's profile. Like, for me, Pep should go for a player like Lautaro Martinez or João Felix, someone like that. But maybe they will get Haaland. I don't know. But for me, I just have the gut feeling that Chelsea will get him. It's just my feeling. I don't know why. I don't have a good argument for it, but it's just my feeling.
He won't come to Chelsea. He won't come to
Like,
Chelsea.
when I'm thinking about it, it's my stomach saying something, HJ. I don't know how to explain it. It's not. I don't have an argument for him.
Ahmad, let me explain it to you. Whenever your stomach speaks to you, you have to listen, because your stomach is like a truth seeker. Now, Ahmad, let me tell you something. Now, anything can happen. But Ahmad, man, Bram. I told you as I spoke to Bram, because Bram is so pissed off with what our loser Frank Homeboy did. He said, you know what, he's determined for Chelsea to get back on top. Ahmad, if Haaland comes to Chelsea,
final
semi?
Quadruple.
Ahmad, I didn't say anything. No, don't put words into my mouth. Don't put words into my mouth. Continue. So continue. So you believe that, and then he will go to Chelsea. That's
Chelsea, City, or the thing with Real Madrid is, even though I think Mbappe will stay at PSG, I think they will target Mbappe more than Haaland, if you know what I mean. I think they will try to get Mbappe more.
Since you know, so what is Mbappe's current contract situation now?
1 year left.
Yeah, he has 1 year left on his contract, and the thing is, all the reports says he's happy. He's goes out in press conference says he's happy, but I think the decision will be made in about 3-4 weeks. So if he doesn't sign a contract in about 4 weeks, maybe 5 weeks, then I think he will leave, because PSG would never let him go for free.
So so God is going to get it, because I told you he's part of my narrative. If the prodigy doesn't sign a contract in 4 weeks, you say he will leave this summer.
That's the reports. Like, they're saying like he will make his decision about 4 or 5 weeks, because our board doesn't want us to come to a situation this summer where we don't know what's up. But HH, come on, you should be angry, man. Do you think he has a chance of winning the Champions League at Real Madrid with 35 years old retired men?
I'm just a simple man trying to live. That's it. I'm just a simple man trying to live and trying to eat and trying to drink. That's it. Ahmad, I told you, I'm just a simple man. Okay. So the final thing. So you believe that he goes to Chelsea? That's where you think he'll go?
I have the feeling for Chelsea. Yes.
Where do you think he should go? If you advise him, where do you think he should go?
Why not Chelsea? Why not Chelsea?
Oh, thank you. You see, positivity. Nothing wrong with a bit of positivity. Okay, before I come to Latza, who I know is going to spout the biggest nonsense in the world, let's take some super. So from Daniel Henkel, thank you for the dub. So Daniel Henkel's dub says, "Oh my God, you see, this is the issue that I have to read these out." Okay, first of all, Daniel Henkel. Apologies for any kids listening to this. Do not look up this name I'm about to say. Do not look up this name I'm about to say. Infinity, meet your epic mic. So Daniel Henkel says, Kendra Lost is a bigger brand than Chelsea. First of all, that's not true. Second of all, Daniel Henkel, that is very rude, because we shouldn't be using women as brands. And third thing, and most important thing, Vanessa Blue and Francesca Jimenez are much better brands than Kendra Lost. Thank you.
HH.
From easy.
Oh,
from
sorry.
From Yassir's side. Yassir's side. Thank you for the WS side. Who says, why does Haaland as a replacement for Lewandowski make so much sense? And why would he go to Chelsea and Ole is at Man United? Why? Idiots. Now let me break down, because see, I said Yassir side, but let me break down what Lassie Laid just said. So Lassie Laid, first off, Lewandowski is still shifting goals.
Yep.
It doesn't look like if he's slowing down anytime soon, so they don't need a replacement. Second thing is, how dare you bring up the name Ole Gunnar Solskjaer next to Thomas Tuchel, who was taking it into a CL final? I'm sorry, Lassie lied that you decided to give a man a new contract, but I don't care whether Ole Gunnar Solskjaer is Norwegian. Did his Norwegian heritage sway Haaland away from signing with Dortmund? No. So the Norwegian thing means nothing. If between Chelsea and United, 100% Haaland will move to Chelsea. That is a fact, not an opinion. From John Green, thank you for the dub, John Green. Thank you for the dub, John Green. Harry Kane and Messi to Man City. First of all, John Green, is this Natsa's burner account? That's the first thing. Second thing is Messi isn't going to Man City. That's not happening. You can scratch that off. So, Latsa.
Yo, HH, can I just ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Like, this is an honest question. Like, I've seen Harry Kane saying that he wants to leave, like 120 million.
Mm-hmm.
For me, if I were a Chelsea fan, I would rather have Harry Kane at my club, even though he's 5 years older. So what would you do? Would you choose Haaland or Harry Kane?
Okay, so Harry Kane or Haaland, you're saying?
To Chelsea, yes. Because you know Harry Kane, he gets that all-round game. And he would bring the best of Werner and all those.
There's something I see in Haaland that's scary. Harry Kane, superb goal scorer and anything. You see, I'm a very simple man. I speak fluent CL. I speak fluent English, fluent Pidgin, a bit of Yoruba. Let me land. I speak fluent English, fluent Pidgin, a bit of Yoruba, a bit of Spanish, a bit of French, but I speak the language I'm perfect in is CL. I speak fluent CL.
People were trying to speak CL to you for a while.
Please. So, because I speak fluent CL, there is a psychology I see in Haaland that I like. And Ahmad, all they need is just a cold-blooded goal scorer, but they need a man who is clutch. Harry Kane is a great goal scorer, but I don't trust Harry Kane in the big games. I think he's a big game flop. So, Ahmad, I want all the trophies. Ahmad, I'm greedy. I'm really when it comes to trophies, I'm like Bram. I'm really selfish.
I'm just like you. I'm just like you.
I want
that CL, man. I want that CL.
So I would say that I need a man who can deliver me that big boy trophy, man. And I feel that Chelsea have a better chance of getting this. Because I believe that we could be seeing the next goal scoring freak. Kane is a domestic stats merchant, but I think that in Haaland is this piece that Chelsea need to finally rule the world, and for me to clown everyone here and in the live chat.
That's fair.
Can I just say something real quick?
Quick, go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say you did a 180 flip on this guy. Just last year, you called this guy a tree trunk. You said he was trash. Mm-hmm. Now you want him. Yeah.
No, Jamal. Man. It's the same thing with Benzema. I can only call things as I see it. Haaland has improved.
What was the turning point, HH? What was the turning point?
Wait. So the turning points for me with Haaland was it was that second goal he scored against PSG. That second goal, I was like, okay, all right, let's hold up. And also, it's a mixture of that second goal and I've been watching him this season. His game has improved. Mm-hmm. So my thing is that guys, people, you did a 180. Okay, fine. I'm sorry, do you know players do improve? You know, that actually does happen. Yep. Players can be crap and they can call them crap. Players can be better and they can be better because, you know, players can improve. You can be bad one time and good another time because
especially when they're young.
Yeah. He's worked on his game. His ball control is better. His football IQ is better. His touch is a lot better. So he's just an overall better player. And you can just see that, no, this is a much better dude than the dude I first saw at Salzburg and for the first thing with the Dortmund, 100%. So Natsa, talk to me. Talk to me, Natsa. Talk to me.
HH, apparently I suffer from what was it again?
BA, brick analysis.
So you rate Haaland as a top 5 striker at the moment?
Of course, yes.
So that was the great Erling Haaland, the great man. This is the guy that is supposed to be the most in-demand striker in the world. I don't give a damn whether people say I'm being too harsh or I need to judge him more. If you're that good, any game I see you should say what's up. When Messi was hyped, first game I saw Messi, wow. When Neymar was hyped, first game of Neymar I saw was wow. When Ronaldinho was hyped, first game I saw Ronaldinho, wow. So after the hype, I'm listening to this guy. He's just a regular striker from the road. Hence why he was tripping so with like 15 minutes to go. Don't let hype get to you. Don't let hype get to you. But beyond that, Juan was for me.
Can I respond?
Juan. Where's Juan now?
Juan.
You see, Jamal. Jamal. You see why I have to say this right now. You see, can I respond? Can I respond?
No, you cannot respond. There's something called, okay, you didn't rate him. Me personally, I did the same thing. But HH, you classify yourself as the best analyst in the world, HH. But yet again, you insulted an 18 and 19-year-old to that point to thousands of viewers.
No.
And he said,
I'll let you finish.
From the road.
I'll let you finish.
From the road.
I'll let you finish, and then I will then respond because you made some very deep accusations about my integrity.
Nasa, to add on to that, I remember I went back on one of his videos, like his old videos, and it was the Champions League semifinal against Real Madrid and Barcelona, and this guy was talking about Messi's run, and at the end of it, he said, "But Tevez is still a better footballer." At that point, so this guy's been on him. Yeah, I remember, bro. I went back.
No receipts.
I'll search for it. I'll give you it, man.
And then Zima, while you search, I'll start deleting. So talk to me.
Okay.
So just get me the bloody thing, man. Before I kill you out, man.
My guy went back to 2011.
Wow. You guys are so sad. I never said that, man. But I never said that.
Okay, well, what was the question? PSG or Real Madrid? Sorry, Chelsea or Real Madrid? HH. This is the thing. You guys trying to say Chelsea are gonna buy Haaland. Do you know how much 180 million is? First of all, Bram, it's not the same guy that this guy spends in net spend right now. Because he sold Hazard.
Really? Because you know him really well. Okay.
Yeah. Look at the City fan talking. What are you talking about?
He ain't the same guy he was.
What was Man City's
Wait, let me land.
Can you guys stop interrupting, please, bro?
Wait, let's land.
No, Eric, this is not personal. This is only towards HH. Okay, Eric, don't take it personally. HH, Bram is not the same guy. We all know that he's not the same guy. He hasn't got the same passion as he has for Chelsea anymore. He doesn't spend as much as he used to spend. He used to outspend everyone because you were the original plastic club. Let's not forget that, HH. You were the original plastic club. But he might want Haaland. He might want, who knows? He might want Haaland. But I don't see you guys buying Haaland. I don't see it because Haaland, he's a winner, HH. When was the last time we won the Premier League? Yeah, exactly.
I'm waiting. No. I'm waiting for you to finish because I don't want too many interruptions here, so guys can have a better listening experience. So I'm going to let you finish your crap and your nonsense, then I'll then respond. So continue with your crap.
Okay. I'm just reading something in the comments. That was funny.
Screw you in the comments, man, you bastards, man.
So I'm not saying City buy players for that much, but tell me 3 strikers that are prolific, young, and can score goals. So City don't have that many options. They don't have maybe Martinez. Joao Felix is not a goal scorer. So you guys saying he doesn't fit City style? Who else are they gonna buy? There's no one else. If Harry Kane touches our club, this guy has gone 10, 11 years without a single trophy. What a loser! Give me a break. I don't give a shit if he scores goals or he's a good footballer. I'm not having any losers on it. So Haaland is a guy for me. If we get this guy, people will say, "Oh, he can't link up." Have you seen him for Dortmund? Dortmund don't play a pragmatic. I know they play a bit more counter-attack and the Bundesliga attacks. I don't give a shit. But in the Champions League, they play attacking football. They go for the game, and he thrives in that system. So you can't tell me this guy cannot play in an attacking system. So I believe he fits perfectly into Chelsea system. I believe he fits perfectly in Real Madrid system. But you already know Perez' son is Benzema, and he'll do anything to protect Benzema. So the two clubs it's between for me is Chelsea and City. No one else. I don't think Madrid will get him. They will go for Mbappe, if anyone, to get that style guy. But anyone else, I don't know. So in my opinion, he should go to City because we are the ready-made team. We have the creators. You guys have bombs like Havertz that came for 90 million and barely did anything, and you have Werner that you flopped the first season he's here and he's gonna get sold next summer. So which is a ready team? This one or Chelsea? Don't fall for the bait. So
Wait,
that's all
are
I'm
you
saying.
finished? Are you finished?
But first of all, he had a Mario Balotelli kit when he was younger, so he supports City. He doesn't support Chelsea. He doesn't support Chelsea.
Are you finished? Are you finished?
He's born in Manchester. Okay, he's born in England, Manchester. Okay, he's gonna come to Manchester City. That's all I'm gonna say.
Wait, Nasa, are you finished?
Yeah, I'm finished now. Yeah, go ahead with your nonsense.
So,
can you super?
No. Don't worry. I'll get there because Lord really knows. No, because let me first deal with this guy right now. So, Natsa, first things first is the stuff they said about Chelsea is complete and utter nonsense. That's the first thing. Second thing is Natsa. If Harry Kane was available, you would take Harry Kane. So don't give me
no.
I let you finish. I let you talk. I let you talk.
Haaland. No,
Natsa, I let you talk. Natsa, I let you talk.
No, but you're speaking for me.
Natsa, I let you talk. Thank you. So, Natsa, you would happily take Harry Kane over Haaland. That's the thing over there. So, and the thing here is that Natsa says that Haaland doesn't fit into what Pep wants. He doesn't. So Man City are not involved in this conversation because Pep.
Okay, what about Tuchel? Does he fit into what Tuchel wants? How do you know?
Can I respond?
Stop saying that.
So, in my view, I believe that all Chelsea need is a goal scorer. That's it. That's it. Pep has a very particular style that he has to play specifically with a striker. All Tuchel wants is a guy who can put the ball in the back of the net, not Timo Werner. Okay, because Timo Werner has been a flop. Kai Havertz helped Chelsea get back Atletico Madrid, so get your pulse off that dude. So that's my thing there. And also, the last thing, Natsa, I'll say this again. Give me a CL. If you can't give me a CL, don't talk slick.
Last time I checked, Chelsea don't have a CL.
Didn't Tuchel have
that was Juju. That was everything in the magic.
That
was I don't count that. I don't count that.
Mute your mic, bro. Just mute your mic, bro.
Natsa, didn't Tuchel have Choupo-Moting at PSG? You said.
Okay, I didn't hear you say again.
You said if you're asking if Haaland is the kind of striker that Tuchel wants. Tuchel had Choupo-Moting at PSG. So what are you saying?
Yeah, but he was forced to. He wasn't. They were freaking bank. They couldn't freaking because of FFP. They couldn't buy any other strikers, so they're forced to buy this guy. But otherwise, they would never go for Choupo-Moting, and it never worked out. So.
Wait. Let me before I come to Zeman, man. So from Martin Rosario, who owes me a Miami wife, who says Daniel spoke facts. Salute that man. Laugh my ass off. Martin, the only facts of the matter, apart from you getting me a Miami wife, is the facts that come out of my mouth. Because Martin, the reason why you keep coming back is because I educate you and your non-football knowing ass about football facts. As a fact, Martin. Martin, get me a Miami wife. Hook it up. Thank you. From Gatlock. You see, Gatlock is a guy who talks slick and is very rude. And this, he says, it is extremely rude, and I don't co-sign. He says, Natsa schooled HH so hard that dude raised his hand. Gatlock, you are treading on very thin ice, man. And wait, don't thank anyone. Before you see, that's it. Before I come to Zeman here, I am begging you people, don't allow Chelsea anywhere near any of these trophies because the amount of hate that is boiling up into me is strong. And when I unleash, it'll be very ugly. So for your interest, don't allow Chelsea. Better hope Chelsea lose the FC Porto. That's what I'm saying. Ziman, talk to me. Haaland, man. Bring some semblance into it because we've heard a lot of nonsense so far. And Ziman, I always trust you to come with a little bit of analytical bravado. So if you're Haaland, which is the right club to go to? And please bring some sense into this discourse we're having.
Yeah, man. The Tevez thing, I'll look for it later. So don't worry about that. I'm still looking for it. But yeah, I'll look for it. Don't worry. It'll be ready for you.
No, don't look for it. Answer the question.
Z-Man, we need that.
We need that.
I remember I left a comment, man. I need to search for that. Okay. I would say for Haaland, I think his two best possible choices are Chelsea and Man City. I would say in terms of Chelsea, I feel like Man City have more of a stable environment for him in terms of their sporting plan and their ability to bring in players that are necessary for each position. I feel like that will suit Haaland, and not to mention the fact that he's been improving on his link-up play. So going to a Man City makes sense in terms of improvement in his overall game. I would say that in terms of Chelsea, it's about you have to get the results immediately. Who knows? He might need time to adapt to a new league. That could be the case. With a Man City, there's always that environment where Pep will almost protect you as a player, like he's been doing with the likes of Phil Foden and other players. In terms of Man City, I remember his first of all his father used to play for Man City. There's always that connection, and he grew up in Manchester, so there's always that connection with him. And not to mention the fact that his father, when he was linked to Manchester United previously, I remember him saying that technically, that's not a very stable environment. So his father really cares about that, and that's the number one priority for him. So when it comes to Man City, I do believe that this is the best possible choice for him to grow, and not to mention the amount of service he's going to have. KDB, in his prime, he's gonna have those type of players, and he knows that. And he knows that this is a club that has the same ambitions that he has in terms of wanting to win every trophy, and they're closer than Chelsea is. But Chelsea is another great prospect, but I think that Man City is the best possible choice for his growth and winning trophies.
Interesting. Bad meets evil, man. What do you stand on this whole Haaland thing, bro?
Yeah, man. I mean, in terms of the three clubs, I mean Real Madrid, Chelsea, and City. I mean, it depends for him. Do you know what I mean? If you're looking at a club stature, as a basis of your decision, of course, Real Madrid. You can't ignore, like you say, HH. You cannot ignore them as a name and them as a brand in football. But I think, in the immediate future, I would say, probably Chelsea and City, like everyone else said, probably are his best options. Based off of the fact that they are, especially, for example, like people said, if you look at City, the amount of creative players that, they've got that are available that will feed him.
But does he fit into that system, though? Does he fit into the Pep system?
I mean, the thing is, though, I mean, you are right in terms of, if you look at how Pep likes to, switch around, his formations, etc., and likes to tinker things. How will Haaland, react to that? But I believe, great players can make things work. I mean, if they like it, if they want to be there enough and want to be part of a project enough, I think there needs to be a certain amount of adaptation. I mean, come on, we are talking about professional footballers here. I mean, if you're just a one-trick pony in terms of, you can only play in a certain system, you can only do certain things, then I don't think you deserve to be at a club like Manchester City or Chelsea or another big, top team. So I think there is a certain, that certain aspect needs to, come into question. In terms of Chelsea, see, this is the thing is that we are talking about what Haaland wants. As a fan, as a Chelsea fan, you know what I mean? I think, like you say, I mean, if he, comes to Chelsea, I think I agree with you. He is, he would be the missing piece.
Exactly. Just somebody who can score goals reliably.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, to be honest with you, I mean, I think even. I mean, I know you put it in the title. I think even Lukaku would take Chelsea to the next level because the amount of chance. If you look at like you say, HH, the amount of chances that Chelsea have created may have not been. They may have not been, massive amount of chances, but you think out of the chances that Chelsea create on average in the game, the amount of times I've had my head in my hands when Werner has latched onto one has been unbelievable. And you've got to think he doesn't even work. He doesn't not understand the concept of working the keeper. Whereas from watching Haaland, and Lukaku, they know how to work the keeper. You know what I mean? So it's a case of you can't, if you look at it and you say, even if, for example, Lukaku, you'd put him in several situations this season, Chelsea would, have certainly gone from under 1.5 goal FC to under 2.5 goal FC at least. You know what I mean?
So then where? So these are the two questions. First question is, where do you think he will go? If you were advising him, where do you think he should go?
I mean, I think it's difficult because, I mean, all right, if we look at the current situation, City are ahead of us in terms of their progression. I think we can't deny that. But the thing is, when the caliber of clubs we're talking about in terms of the current, Chelsea are on a roll. So is City, but Chelsea are on a roll, and things can turn around very quickly. Like you say, that man next to you, Abramovich, he, who's to say Chelsea's spending is limited to just one player, which the rumours are it isn't, right? Who knows what other positions, we will look to fill that can have a dramatic impact on how the team's going to play and how things will go forward. Plus, you've got to think the current players that we've got. I think there's more to come from Havertz. I think Havertz will step up. I think, you know what I mean. I think we have enough already to go to the certainly a high level than we already have.
So then again, I need two answers here. So tell me, where do you think he will go? Which club do you think he will go to? Which club do you think he should go to if you were advising him? I need those two answers.
I think his choice would probably be City, but I think if he's to go, and I think he will go because, like we've said, Dortmund will probably cash in. I think there's a strong chance he actually might end up with Chelsea because Abramovich is sitting there counting the money as we speak. He will not hesitate. So I think.
Okay, so you think that he will go to Chelsea, and you think he should go to Chelsea?
Oh, I mean. I think there's the stronger likelihood potentially Chelsea, but I think I don't know, man. In terms of, it's difficult to say. I mean, in terms of, like we say,
it's Chelsea. It's Chelsea. I am getting a Chelsea vibe from you, which is fair. It's Chelsea.
I mean,
but it's evil.
I want Chelsea, yes, absolutely, as a fan. But I'm trying to think of it objectively. I mean, there's what I want and what we want versus what's in his head, and we don't know what's in his head and what his plans are. You know what I mean? In terms of, we assume he wants to go on to be one of the greatest, strikers. But it's difficult to say.
So before I come to your boy here, I'm just making sure that I'm caught up with all of these. Oh Lord, this dude. So from LSK Laxon, who says Haaland called Chelsea, but he put London Blues because he's trying to be offensive, a small club, smart guy. LSK Laxon, that never happened. So unless you can prove it, Haaland would never call Chelsea a small club. You complete and total fugazi liar. You filthy stinking liar. He never said such a thing. From Costly Awesome. For being a City fan, Natsa speaks facts, unlike LL. Costly Awesome. Natsa is a liar. And 99% of what he says are lies. So City fan or not, Natsa is a bold liar. And when I have time, I'll show you the receipts of all the complete and total lies that this guy spouts. And Costly Awesome, I've been asking this dude, tell me when City won their first Champions League, and he refuses to tell me. So it is what it is. LSK Laxon says, why are you begging for Haaland? Heard of Turbo Timo? LSK Laxon, you're a psychopath. You're a psychopath and you're sick. That is a sick, disgusting comments to make because you know what I think about Limo Lena. So LSK Laxon, you are on your final warning here because I will find you and I might actually beat you up. Never mention the name with me and Turbo Timo ever again, you psychopath. And yes, I don't beg for anything, but I would like Bram to get Haaland, because if Bram gets Haaland, I think Chelsea can get that treble. LS Galaxy again. HH, what will you do if Ole snatches Haaland? I'll call UEFA. I'll call FIFA. I'll drive up to Manchester and I'll tear up that contract and I will beat up Ole. If I can't do that, I will do a 24-hour stream listing all the reasons why Ole is a fraud, and I will hire a private investigator to prove that Ole is a sex offender. So, your boy, talk to me, man. Haaland, where do you think he will go to?
Let's go ahead and start off with where he shouldn't go to, and that's Real Madrid. He should definitely not go to Real Madrid, because Real Madrid is a club that really doesn't cultivate young talent. And let's keep in mind, Haaland is still 2021, and he has the rest of his career to go to Real Madrid.
That's what I said.
Yeah, he should not go to Real Madrid, because Real Madrid is a club where you have to be delivering week in, week out. And if you're not, you're getting dropped. You guys saw what happened with Lukaku and those Madrid fans, the ones that are supposed to be supporting you. Those guys are fucking savages. Like, real talk, man. Those Madrid fans, I know them personally, man. Savage people. They don't have tolerance for nothing. So don't go to Real Madrid. So it's definitely...
They're just spoiled freaking brats that don't know how to freaking take any...
Lots of
yeah, what the brats, savages, whatever they want to call. I mean, they're savages.
They ain't no savages.
Yeah, we're brats, but
whatever,
we can donate you some Champions League now, so we can donate you if you want any, bro.
Wilton, don't let them end it. Let them end it, man.
Okay.
Win one.
Okay. Yours was a Fugazi, bro. It wasn't even a real Champions League.
Your boy, please talk. Sorry for the interruption.
No problem. It's definitely between Chelsea and Man City. Man City. Boys, man. Hold on. My logic is very practical. All right, Man City. I don't see Haaland being like a Pep type of striker. Pep type of strikers are very technical, and Chelsea is the perfect fix. He'll go in there, he'll be playing week in, week out. Even if he's underperforming, he'll have ample amount of time to get game time.
Your boy, can I just say one thing, and I'll mute my mic? But I want to say, is Ruben Diaz the most technical centre back ever?
I'm talking about strikers, not
I know. But is he a Pep centre back in terms of playing out the back? He is partly, but he was not the best. So
guys,
anyway,
look,
I was hold on.
The main reason for a striker is
hold on. Back to what I'm saying. Let me finish.
Mute your mic, lads.
Yeah, let me finish, man.
I'm getting my boy Haaland, no matter what age it's doing.
Back to what I was saying. With Chelsea, he can be there for like 4 or 5 years, sign a 4 or 5 year contract. And going to Chelsea, he'll get paid well. Bram will drop the cash.
Money's good, man. Money's good.
Exactly. The money's going to be good. He can be there in London, be there at Chelsea for 4 or 5 seasons. And then at 25, if he's outgrown Chelsea and Chelsea's, if he's too good for Chelsea, he can make that transition to Real Madrid.
Also, very quickly as well, again, this is not to demean anyone, but and I know this from experience, there are some extremely hot, beautiful women that live in London because it's a very cosmopolitan city. So take a pick from wherever you want to go through. So I think that's a nice pull. Please continue your point.
Exactly. So Chelsea's definitely where he should go. If I'm someone advising him, I'd tell him to go to Chelsea. Build some confidence out there, and if you outgrow the club, you move on to bigger, better things.
Yeah, win no trophies.
Exactly. Move on to bigger and better.
Zero
things.
trophies. Get 0 trophies.
He'll win trophies.
Yeah,
Chelsea's building something. Chelsea's building something here. We're building something. And if Haaland comes, just see what happens. Shit is gonna pop off.
Did you just say no trophies? Are you?
He'll win trophies at Chelsea. He'll win trophies at Chelsea.
Okay. Wait. So, final thing before we move on to the FFP topic. So I just want something. This is just quick run thing. I need you to be very quick here. Nothing. Just very quick. Lukaku. If you're advising Lukaku, do you leave Inter Milan or do you stay with Inter Milan? Very simple. Stay with Inter Milan or leave Inter Milan. All I need is a very quick answer.
Stay. Can I start her?
Stay.
No. Wait. We'll go around the room. We'll go around the room. So Eric, Lukaku, stay or leave Inter?
Stay.
Wilton?
Stay.
Okay. Abdul?
Can I just make it a bit longer?
Okay.
I think there's one thing that a lot of I don't know, HH, have you seen Chelsea's remaining fixtures this season in the Premier League?
Mm-hmm.
You've got City, Arsenal, Leicester, Aston Villa, West Ham. I don't think you're gonna get top 4, let alone Haaland.
What is this guy talking about?
Abdul on a mission to ruin Chelsea Football Club.
So what does this have to do with whether Lukaku should leave?
Because why would Lukaku say that? Champions League to Europa League, bro? You're not getting anyone.
Abdul, my friend, Abdul, I asked a simple question. Should Lukaku, I didn't say we should go to, should he leave or stay with Inter?
Stay.
Jamal, Lukaku.
Jamal dealing with his dogs, don't worry.
Jamal, mute your mic, bro. Mute your mic.
Jamal, can you please tell Snoopy to please pipe down? Okay, so while Jamal is dealing with Snoopy, Ahmad, should Lukaku stay or leave Inter? Natsa?
Stay.
Zeman?
That was Ahmad that said stay.
Sorry. Okay, so Ahmad said stay. Natsa, you saying?
Stay.
Wow, Zeman?
Stay.
Badmitivo?
Yeah, I'm back.
Stay.
Your boy?
Stay.
And Jamal? Lukaku, should he stay or go?
Stay. If you come back in England, you will name Tuchel. Your name will be back. Tuchel and Timberland. So stay at Inter Milan.
So Lukaku, the panel has spoken. Stay. And I'm sure the live chats will agree as well that he should stay. So guys, let's talk FFP. Can I just first start by saying this, that this was never going to work. This was never going to work. That's the first thing. Second thing, and also, I'm coming first to Ahmad and Nats with this, man. I'm coming first to you guys. So you guys better get your mics.
No, go first. You're a plastic club too, so start with yourself. Chelsea.
Natsa, I said I'm coming to you and Ahmad. Okay?
The original
now
ruin
mute
of
your mic.
football.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, guys, this FFP was never going to work. So I don't really know what. And as much as they tried to sort of enforce it, guys just walked their way around it. Teams completely disrespected it, completely broke the rules, but because people know people, boom. But I want to talk on to the larger points. Because when I who the heck is chewing in my ear? Who the fuck is chewing in my ear? Okay, continue. So my thing is, when I put out the video of the FFP, a lot of people said, "Oh, this is going to ruin football. I'm going to stop watching football now. Guys are just going to crap on football and so forth." So I want to see what you guys think, because this again comes into linking with the Super League and the big clubs sort of now forming their own caucus and so forth. So let me ask you guys this then. Do you, with FFP being removed and now a greater financial freedom being given to clubs, because I think the main idea of FFP is you spend what you earn. But if this is a situation where, and this is what Man City did, we're like, oh, I have a guy who's going to give me some money. I have the money. I'm ready to spend it. Why can't I spend it? So however I procure my funds, that's my business. As long as the money is good and it's clean, hey, 350 and so forth. So do you think that without a financial control, it's going to ruin football, and his teams like City, PSG, Chelsea, so forth will have a stranglehold in the world of football and there'll be a greater gap? Or do you think that it is what it is? We only sign up really for the CL, let the big boys play, and let us see pretty much FIFA Ultimate Team teams be constructed? Ahmad, talk to me. FFP.
Natsa, can you go first? I'm doing something.
Okay, Natsa.
So FFP, this is my money. This is what you said, right? This is my money. I can do whatever I want with it. I should spend it, which is true, because FFP hasn't done any favors for small clubs. They have done no favors. They've basically said the big clubs stay where they are and small clubs stay where they are. Doesn't matter what happens, you get bought or nothing, you'll always stay where you are. Your only way you're gonna succeed is if you take a 100-year plan and make it your own, that you're gonna be a big club after 100 years, which is many clubs don't do that because people when they buy clubs, they only think about the instant money they can make from this club. They don't think about the next 100 years.
But now, so the idea is there's only so much the body can do for a smaller club. But the idea is, okay, you can't just go out and just spend 300 mil because you have it. No. You have to generate that money and show in your books you've generated that money in order to go out and spend the 300 mil. But if you not take away financial fair play, João Felix is what, 350 release clause? I know a guy who knows a guy who knows a guy who has $1 billion. Cause lend me 500 mil so I can buy João Felix out of his contract.
But that's a joke, because football now is based around money. Money, like football and money are just the same thing right now. Because people come to this sport to make money, especially these business owners. They come here to make money. That's the truth. If you don't like it or not, Champions League generates money. Everything in football generates money because it's the biggest sport in the world. So, and I think I heard you say one of your videos said a rich man always wants to play with his money. So, so they're gonna buy clubs. They're gonna buy franchises, as they say in America.
No.
And
but
make it their own.
Okay, what do you say to people that say who don't support these big clubs that this is now going to destroy the spirits and the very soul of football by these rich guys coming in and just buying up all the large stars? So what do you say to those guys who that this is going to destroy football?
It's going to make football better, more competition. It's not going to be the same teams always competing. For example, if right now, for the last 10 years, Real Madrid have been dominating European football. Would that happen if clubs were if they were able to be bought? Super League will never happen if this happens. If FFP gets scrapped, Super League will never happen. So domestic football will be saved. And and another club that has been scrapped in here in Greater Manchester, Bury, was scrapped because of FFP. An owner came, bought the club, absolutely ruined them down to the pit, and took all the money. And now they don't even exist anymore. They are a non-league club. So.
Natsa, can I stop you there? Can I just interrupt you? You said Bury were obviously they went into is it administration or whatever you call it? I think it's actually because FFP wasn't used, or I think the whole point of FFP is to prevent that from happening, like what happened with Bury. I think that's part of the point.
Yeah, but it didn't help. It didn't help because if FFP were there to prevent it, why didn't they prevent from this owner buying this club and not generating enough money for this club to be stable? Because they didn't generate enough money to be stable. So why did they allow this owner to continue to do all this stuff until the club eventually became non-existent? So how were FFP protecting this club? That's what you have to ask yourself. I know you're saying FFP were here just to protect the clubs that are financially stable, or they're making their money from selling shirts or everything like that. But were they really protecting these clubs if they were allowing owners to do those kind of stuff behind the fans' back? Because Bury, let's be honest, Bury were never a big club, but they were still known in England. And for them to be non-existent right now, it's sad for the fans. So this will never happen pre FFP because it never ever happened before. If you can name me one club that has gone in non-existent in the last maybe 20 years before FFP. I don't think there's any.
And there's also a double-edged sword with FFP in the sense that if you are a small club trying to build yourself up, it's much harder because with FFP, the amount you spend is attached to your revenue. Exactly. So if you don't have a large fan base, how are you supposed to compete with the Real Madrids, the Barcelonas, the Bayern Munich? And plus, not to mention, if these huge clubs want to start a Super League, as much as we want to say that UEFA and FIFA don't have that much power, in terms of if you look over the UEFA articles and like the rules that they have monopoly over football being played internationally in Europe. So with that being said, you have to be sponsored by them. That's why you see to a certain extent these big clubs almost feeling like they have to negotiate with UEFA and FIFA in order to get the blessings, because if they don't, certain things are going to happen. Players and managers aren't going to be allowed to go to any domestic league outside of that competition. You also have manager licenses being revoked because they're entitled to that because they can't coach a domestic league. Not to mention the fact that these players won't be able to compete in a World Cup or represent their nation. With a limited amount of players in a league. So there's also that.
Okay. Bad BT will talk to me then. Talk to me.
Yeah, no, I was going to say in response to Natsa, he said that it's going to make football better. I mean, you've got to look at it in two ways. If you look at it from us as fans of football and watching it professionally, yes, it will make it better in terms of the best players will have the highest price tags, and the clubs with the most amount of financial power will be able to buy them, etc. But then the flip side of that is the chances for people to try and make it, from within clubs, i.e. the academies. There's going to be far less incentive to build up the academies. Whereas I think we've seen a lot more academy produce come rightly or wrongly. For example, Mason Mount. Yes, he's not a
okay, here we go, because he said Mason Mount. But I know what you mean, but when did that happen? When Chelsea went in a transfer ban. That's when these players from Chelsea came through after a transfer ban. Because big clubs never promote young talent. It's only the smaller clubs that do that. The smaller clubs promote big talent.
Wait, but real quick, before I come to bad ones, because before I forget this point, the bad thing, and this is just, and Zeman even reminded me of this, is you look at the Saudis that wanted to take over Newcastle. They were literally about to, but FFP pretty much blocked them for whatever reason. And here's the thing is we need somewhat of a level playing field. Really, if you think about it, FFP, maybe the idea was sort of right, but I think the reality and the execution didn't help anybody, because I think when you now remove FFP and just say, however way you can procure your funds, go ahead and do it. So look at Newcastle. Let's hope it was Newcastle. They could get relegated this season. Now, if those Saudi group took over Newcastle and so forth, boom, they're back in the game. So wait. I said I was going to go back to bad meets evil. Back to you.
Yeah, no, man. Yeah, no, I was just saying. I mean, it's like a lot of things in life. So there's two sides to the coin. I mean, it's pick what you'd rather. Do you know what I mean? It's difficult to say. I mean, for us now, individuals that don't care about trying to make it as a player, etc. anymore. That time's gone. Yes, I'm a lot from all for. I want to be entertained. I want to see the best football possible. But from if you go right down to the grassroots level and trying to promote talent through the clubs, I mean that's going to be not necessarily a nail in the coffin, but it's going to hinder it a lot. So yeah,
but bad meets evil. Why do you think Wilton hates City and these plastic oil clubs so much? Why? Wilton, can you answer that question for me, please? Why do you hate plastic clubs so much? There's only one reason, and let's be honest.
No, I don't hate plastic club. Wait,
no. I can get you. I can get you. You said no. When Leon knocked City out, you said you hate City and all these plastic oil clubs.
No. I was just saying that. No, I was just saying
answer my question now.
No, listen. I've said that because one, I was showing, and plus you open your rotten mouth when you beat us, like you won the competition. Like
we beat you. I'm allowed to open my mouth.
Yeah, you did. So I'm allowed to troll you after you lose to Lyon.
Yeah, but no. But you said what you said, right? You said what you said. You said you hate plastic clubs. I want you to answer that question first. Don't try to.
I don't hate.
No, Milton, you said it too.
Wait, let's. No, I did say, but
the only reason he's saying that, the only reason people are threatened by these plastic so-called clubs is because they are threat to these big clubs that are winning Champions Leagues year in year out. There's no new Champions League winners. It never happens. Because why? Because these clubs have made a monopoly, like Oscar Zeman said. They are the only people that are allowed to win this competition.
No, it's people that have won before. Wait, before, because I want to come to Ahmad on this now. So the key thing is that I want things to go back to FFP, get the heck out of here. Because you see, I always say to people that deal with what is rather than what you hope should be. I love the fact that a PSG exists. I love the fact that a Man City exists because it makes the Champions League much more interesting. Because right now, What you want is, because you have to deal with what exists. Modern football is what it is. We're not the 90s or any anymore. It is what it is. So the best thing that happened is, bro, let us have as many billionaires as possible. And let it now be like a foot race for as many, how many. So we now have mega teams. Because if you have like 5, 6, 7 mega teams, we have better competition. Rather than only two teams having it makes much more sense.
To go back to the Newcastle thing you were alluding to. Newcastle, from what I'm hearing, Newcastle's plan, the owner's plan is to get relegated so he could end up selling the club, because apparently there's different hierarchies. Yeah, there's different hierarchies in terms of selling, and it's like how are we going to trust these governing bodies in order to make laws that benefit all when they're protecting these certain teams? Almost like the whole thing of Newcastle not being taken over because they have a horrible history. How much clubs in the Premier League have horrible ties? It's like that to me didn't make sense.
No. That was so stupid, because I said that's such a bullcrap excuse that, because you had a funny thing with like their finances. So no, guys. Let's just cut.
No, but I think the main reason.
Let's invite every billionaire. Buy the freaking team.
Exactly.
You go ahead.
If I may add as well, Man City broke FFP. They literally got no punishment. So what's the point of
give us your proof? Give us your proof. Where's your proof?
What do you mean? Where's my proof?
No, they're not proof.
Wait. I need to come. Guys,
there's no proof.
Guys, I need to come to. I'm going to come to Ahmad with this. Let me just cope up with this super. So I'll come to Ahmad. So first off. From YSK Jackson, who says Haaland to London Blues, which is Chelsea, you bastard, is career suicide. YSK Jackson, let's take a bet. If Haaland comes to Chelsea and wins the CL, YSK Jackson, you must call yourself a loser officially on YouTube. So that's the deal. If Haaland comes to Chelsea and he wins the CL, you must change your name from YSK Jackson to YSK Loser. Deal? Thank you. From Jovenson Clevel, who says Haaland said he watches Bayern every week. Jovenson Clevel, I don't give a crap whether he sleeps in Bayern Munich underwear or Bayern Munich diapers. If Bayern Munich buy Erling Haaland, I am going to start doing cricket analysis. That's a fact. I triple their Bayern Munich to buy Erling Haaland, because if they do that, I think I'm done with football analysis for all. From Yassi's side, thank you for the dub. Woke up this morning, I told myself enough is enough. I refuse to continue to lie to myself. Macron, Ballon d'Or, Rashford is more talented than Mbappe. He has said you're a flipping psychopath. If you have to stop this rubbish, never ever put that pace merchant in the same breath as a guy called the Prodigy, who has a freaking World Cup and who has done more in a CL knockout than freaking Marcus Rashford. Rashford, he fed the kids. He does stuff for charity. He's a domestic merchant. He's a pace merchant. He is a pace merchant. He's not in the same stratosphere as Mbappe.
His nickname is Pace Mbappe.
Yassir Syed, slap yourself twice and say you're sorry. Thank you. From Kosi also.
Why are you so hard?
I have to be. I've got to be. Kosi Awesome, thank you for the dub. Kosi Awesome, thank you for the dub. Thank you for the dub. So Kosi Awesome says, since we bailed out BVB, Dortmund, they should be a good little brother and give us Haaland. No. FFP was shameful to begin with, let's be honest. It wasn't implemented fairly. Let me deal with the fair thing. Totally awesome. I am begging you, for the sake of for the integrity of football, we would have beaten you with politics last season. You cannot be allowed to have Haaland. Totally awesome, that is cheating. You gave birth to Europe last season without Haaland. If you have Haaland and Lewandowski, that for me is a cheat code. UEFA must block Haaland moving to Bayern, because if that happens, there is no point in anybody taking onto the pitch. Don't you dare do that. Yes, FFP was shameful to begin with. No, it was dumb. They didn't enforce anything. They tried to enforce stuff. People broke it, and it was the most irrelevant piece of crap ever. You didn't enforce shit. Nothing you enforced. You losers. Wait. Last thing, because I said I was going to Ahmad. So last dub. Rodrigo Rodas says, money has always elevated football clubs. AC Milan was elevated by Berlusconi. Liverpool in the 70s had money. People live in glasses, casting stones. I believe it's Rodrigo. Money makes the world go round. If I can find money in my own ways, I should have the freedom to do what I want with my money. We should deal with the facts of the reality of modern football. If you're a billionaire, buy your team, build up your mega team. Let's have it out with mega teams facing mega teams. I don't give a crap about it's against. I don't give a damn. If you're rich, I have money. Buy whatever team you want and buy whatever players you want. I said I was going to go to Ahmad.
Can I say one more thing? Just one more thing.
I said Ahmad. Okay. Talk to me. Ahmad.
Before I talk about FFP, like when you talk about the new era with the billionaires, what's the difference with now and then? Like I can guarantee you, if you look at the history, you can see so many clubs being heavily invested in the 80s or 90s, but no one mentions it. Like Real Madrid was owned by the Spanish state.
No. But Ahmad, you have to realize this. With every year, football gets bigger, and football gets popular. Football's popularity right now isn't the same as it was 10 years ago. Isn't the same as it was 20 years ago. Isn't the same as it was 30 years ago. More billionaires exist. And football as a brand is becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. So the interest of billionaires is far greater.
Yeah, of course.
So more individuals say, man, this sport is watched by how many people? How many people? Oh my God, this is a great investment based on just how vital the sport is.
Of course, I agree with you, but the fact that people think that these big clubs has worked their way up to the top by themselves without spending any money or having no investor, that's false. Like as I said, Real Madrid has been owned as a state. AC Milan has been invested. So there's so many examples.
They didn't know Ahmad. The amount of money being spent now by PSG is totally different from what was spent before, bro.
Yeah, but
$250 for one player. $250 for one player.
If I can also add.
Wait.
It's understandable because, as you said, there's more viewers, there's more money in football. The thing I wanted to say, people think that football has never had money in it. Like so many clubs before, and the big clubs now have been heavily invested before. So what's the difference of being invested now, even though it's a big amount of money, because there's more money in football? What's the difference between now and before?
Yeah, and to also add on to that, if you look at like for example, Manchester United fans, having a laugh at Man City, but to realize that Manchester United can spend the same amount as Man City. Man City just spending their money better. That's the problem with these big clubs. They're not spending their money better. So how can you hate on someone that's spending their money properly when you're this rich club like in Manchester United? You're not spending it properly. You're complaining about Man City's buying
80 million for Harry Maguire.
That's what I'm saying. You
90 million for Lukaku.
Yeah, you spend so much money. You have to question yourself. Oh, and by the way, when it comes to, I also want to add on to the whole thing of like having a moral compass and whatnot. When it comes to supporting a team, let's be honest. All first division and majority of second division teams are corrupted to a certain extent. That cannot be denied. I mean, you look at Arsenal fans that complain about, that Barcelona 2006. Oh, we could have won it. Wasn't your team responsible for making sure Spurs didn't get promoted? So don't talk to me about corruption when every club is corrupted to a certain extent. If you look back to their past, so I don't understand what this whole thing of like having a high moral compass.
And here's the thing I want to add too: if there's no FFP, you will never see the dynasty that Juve is having over Serie A. There will be another team or two more teams owned by billionaires who have the money to buy big players, and you will see the Italian league and League One be a bit more competitive. I don't think it'll change much in the Premier League, but League One and Serie A will be a lot more entertaining, and you won't see teams winning it like 6 seasons in a row back to back.
Yeah.
That won't happen.
Just to add on what Zimmer said, there's this narrative, there's this idea that people have that there's a right way to do things and there's a wrong way. City are a plastic club because they just bought everything. It's absolute nonsense. Like has already been said, just because there was a different way that United did it doesn't make the way City did it, illegitimate. When clubs like Chelsea and Man City are being criticized and people hate them and things like that, it's nonsense. It doesn't make any sense. But the ironic thing with this FFP is the big clubs did it. Well, the idea of it was to kind of shut the door on clubs like Leicester and Everton. Clubs that are trying to become European elite clubs. But it's funny because it prevents other clubs from rising up, but it also ties the hands of the bigger clubs as well. So yes, HH, you say the bigger clubs, the elite clubs should just be allowed to spend whatever they like. But these clubs also, they want to spend. It's like they want their cake and they want to have their cake and eat it at the same time. They want to be able to spend limitlessly, but they also want to prevent other clubs from getting to their level. So you have to choose. You can't have both.
Eric, can I add to your point as well? Why do you think the Premier League is the most competitive league? When people say it's the most competitive league and there's a different winner, the money.
Yeah.
There you go. So if there's more money in a league, more competition. So people try to avoid by people saying FFP is fair. How is it fair? It's not fair to other leagues like Serie A that don't make as much money. So if they're not getting bought by another owner, they're not going to have any competitiveness in it.
That's the only reason why the Premier League is as competitive as it is, because FFP isn't supposed to allow this to happen. But because it's so rich, the money in the Premier League is so much, it's still a thing. The competitiveness is still there.
Not to mention the fact that these clubs that are getting the chance to have owners that really care about their community and how much it's impacting, bringing jobs. Nobody talks about all the good that's happening behind that. You look at Man City and how much they've done for their community in general. Nobody ever talks about how much they've contributed and how much they've contributed to the economy in general.
Okay, so it's good. I want to bring in some other voices here. So Vilton, talk to me on this, man. Vilton.
Yeah. See, a lot of people don't know this, but FFP, on paper, FFP was established in 2011. It pretty much was there for club to use, to show proof, of payment. Like, they're actually using the legitimate revenue that they're making from commercials, ticket sale, sport revenue. When I mean sport revenue, like when you win La Liga in the Champions League and stuff like that, they pretty much got to use that money. Like, you got to show proof of using legitimate and not just using illegally outside stuff. But that's what it says on paper. But in reality, FFP was just there to protect the big club, because UEFA wants to protect the club that are participating in its competition. Real Madrid, Barcelona, like Manchester United, Liverpool, because all those small clubs don't benefit from it. Because when you think about it, a small club like Bayer Leverkusen, Dortmund, those, and I'll say Leicester, even Leicester won the Prem, or even Crystal Palace, those clubs are feeder club, because the way they make money, they have to sell their best player to big club, and it's like a whole process. The big club always gonna be up top, and the smaller club, it's just an entire cycle. A lot of people don't know this, but I be the objective right here. But FFP was just there for big club to stay up top. That's what it was there for.
But real quick, it's and maybe I'll ask you this, Wilson. So FFP was begun in 2010, 2011. If there was no FFP, do we have different Champions League winners?
Yes.
I think so.
No, not this decade.
Not this decade, not the Messi and Cristiano thing, but because, to be fair, before 2011, before they established FFP, Real Madrid weren't really on course to win the Champions League. We were just buying super sub, the Galacticos. Then Chelsea came in, then Abramovich, we know what happened. Then City came in. I think when City won that case against UEFA, I think that's what transcended for them to added FFP. They pretty much wanted to close the door, because when you look at a club like Liverpool, they did 30 years without winning a Prem or Champions League, and somehow they're back where they used to be before the drought. But when you look at a club like Leicester that been doing better than Liverpool during that 30 years, and somehow Leicester have no chance ever of winning the Champions League, because they have to sell their best player to make revenue until the next season.
Liverpool did win 2 European Cups in that time.
Yeah, true. But compared to the standard, though, I would think the Prem and the Champions League. That's what I mean. So it's pretty much there for big club to stay up top and small club to don't have a chance to win it. And UEFA doesn't mind it, because Real Madrid, Barcelona, United, Bayern, Chelsea, all those clubs have big fan bases, and that brings in money. Because let's be real, nobody wants to watch Leicester City versus Elche in a Champions League final. They don't want that.
But if they have players.
If they have star players,
and that's the other thing. That's not the problem. when you look at Lyon had to sell Fekir to make revenue because Lyon is big, but they don't have a global fan base like a Real Madrid or Barcelona. They have a stadium, but when you look at commercial deal, television ticket sale, it doesn't even close compared to a big club, and they have to sell their best player to the big club. So it's really much a feeder. Okay. So that's why I'm really curious why they're taking it out now. Like I'm so curious.
No. Wait. So because I want to go to Abdul, because I want to speak to guys who haven't spoken. Vilton. So the reason for that is COVID. Even if I think it would happen, but the reason was this is how do you generate funds in this pandemic? It's very difficult. So in order to, because you have to buy new players, you have to replenish your squad. But if you can't generate money based on how tough the pandemic has been, because most of your income, thank you very much, fans. So if you don't have any fans, bro, where are we going to get the money from? So you have to allow guys to think about ways and give them greater freedom to generate funds for the money. So
before I round off, I just wanted to say this real quick. With the whole Juve thing, I don't think it has to do with FFP. I just think that AC Milan, I don't know the story exactly, but I don't think it has to do with FFP. I don't think the club just went into a major debt, something like that. I don't think it has to do with FFP.
And not to mention there's...
Wait, because I've got to let other guys speak. So Abdul, your turn. Abdul.
Have you heard of the term sports washing?
Explain to us.
The thing is, teams like City and PSG, but PSG more so, they're not profitable. They're not profitable businesses. PSG doesn't make money. They are in a loss every single year. You have to look at why the FFP was implemented. You know, people say it's because they don't want the big teams to have competition. Like teams, the owners of PSG and City, I don't think they care much about football, man. The reason why they do this, they invest, they take over these teams, it's because of sports washing. They want to give themselves, their countries, a better image. They want to get political power. They bring politics into football, and that's why I don't think. I mean, the FFP, I understand why they remove it because of COVID. Makes complete sense. But in general, I'm very much for FFP because it regulates endorsements.
Abdul, what regulation did these clowns do for the past decade? Please tell me.
That's right. But I mean, it's been an obstacle. It hasn't eradicated it, but it's been an obstacle. We can agree on that.
But as what you just said, if a club is suffering and so forth and wants to compete, for instance, like somebody wants to buy up a club and build up their own mega team, I say they should be denied, and we should just protect the Barcelonas, Real Madrids, so forth, rather than, hey, let a billionaire come in, build his own mega team, and actually be a buffer against the establishments of Bayern, Real Madrid, and Barcelona.
Like a sconto.
The thing with it is that by doing that, there's a reason why the Newcastle takeover it was denied. It was declined by the Premier League. You know, the thing that happened with City, it was a lottery. It was a lottery that they chose City. They were looking at multiple clubs, you know. City, they just won the lottery. So it's not as simple as if you want to compete, you just get a billionaire owner. There's not enough billionaire owners just to take over every club. You know what I mean? So by allowing billionaire owners to take over clubs, it just adds more Barcelonas and Real Madrids, making it tougher for the other smaller teams to compete. Because at the end of the day, there is never going to be enough billionaire owners to cover all teams. So it's just going to be make it even harder for the smaller teams to compete with the big teams, because there's going to be...
But surely that's not the point. HH, you're not suggesting that that's the point, right?
No.
Every team has a billionaire owner.
No. Not every owner has to be a billionaire, though. That's
not every owner. That is not realistic for every team. But my main thing is, for there to be a buffer, I like that a PSG and Man City exist because they now are a threat to a Bayern, to a Barcelona, and to a so forth. So therefore, we now have more teams capable of winning a Champions League because there are more teams who can now create their mega team and attract top players based off salary, so forth, and everything. Surely you have to. We want to breed competition.
You know what PSG and City they're gonna do? They're gonna make Barcelona and Real Madrid go public. They're gonna allow endorsements from outside. I wouldn't be surprised if they change the club structure because of those teams. Yeah, they add competition, but they're gonna make the problem worse. They're going to allow these foreign people to invest in football, and I can assure you, PSG's owners.
But I don't know what you mean by that. But I don't. Can you explain like how they're gonna get in
no,
people
but
from
Abdul, you're talking about the politics.
Yeah, but the thing with the FFP, it blocks the politics from coming into football.
No, but that makes no sense. No, Abdul, that makes no sense. When he said that, okay, if this happens when PSG and City are maybe dominating European football, if it happens, that Real Madrid and Barcelona will take money from outside people.
They'll have to, man. They'll have to.
But for you to have to do that, you have to sell part of your club. You cannot just get money from other teams. You have to sell part of your club, part of your ownership. You cannot just get money from other places. So it will never work like that. I don't think it will ever be worse. It will just be more. No, I understand you said there can't be multiple billionaire owners, but there will be investors. And maybe like millionaires or 100 millionaires, something like that will invest in the smaller clubs. There'll be more competition in leagues, and then maybe there will be stepping stones where other people will get these young talents like, in their clubs. Oh, that would make a big sound in the background. These young talents.
Naza, do you think it's going to do the Premier League any good if there's 2 Man Cities instead of 1?
What did you say? Say again.
If there are 2 Man Cities instead of 1 Man City, is it going to be better or worse for a team like Aston Villa?
If there's only 2?
No, if there is 2 of you. If
there already is.
I'm saying if there is 1 more or 2 more, is it going to be better or worse for a team like Aston Villa?
It's gonna, but okay. I'll explain that. It's gonna be worse, but it depends. It depends because you can't buy every star player in the world. So even if you have a lot of money, it doesn't mean okay. You have a lot of money, you're gonna buy this star player, and you're gonna have every star players in your teams. It doesn't mean that. I know what you mean. There's gonna be less competition, but there's only so many good players you can actually buy. If you think about it, even if that's
no.
Not to mention.
Wait.
Can I just say something?
But see, Abdul, there isn't a perfect scenario. So it's almost like the lesser of 2 evils. No FFP is the lesser of 2 evils because with FFP specifically, with how it's been implemented in a very trash sense. I think that it is far better to say rather than just protecting, because what FFP has done is protect Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and so forth. How about we open up the playing field and give the people the opportunity? It doesn't mean they will get them, but the opportunity to get the very best players. So therefore, there is a greater likelihood of there being a buffer and a counteraction to Barcelona and so forth.
Do you really think Barcelona are bankrupt?
No. It also protects teams like Aston Villa from not having another team.
No, they have not. And they're not protected Aston Villa. Aston Villa have been relegated so many times.
I know. I'm just saying.
They've never been relegated, bro.
Not to mention, Aston Villa has
Wesley. They won Championship last season.
I know. I'm talking about Aston Villa specifically.
Oh, yes, yeah.
But it also protects.
Nottingham Forest are nowhere to be seen, and they're Champions League winners. Like I don't know how they.
Okay, wait. We need to wait. I want to allow everyone to have their pieces. So before I come to Jamal,
can I just say,
real quick, Ahmad.
Because the thing I don't understand. I understand the point with the politics coming to football, but the politics has always been in football. I don't understand that point. Like Real Madrid and Barcelona has been politics for years, especially Real Madrid. So why is it different when it's about PSG?
Wait. I just want to add something to that. In terms of what you said about Aston Villa have wealthy owners. And not to mention the fact that the reason why Real Madrid and Barcelona find themselves in this situation is because of their scouting. It hasn't been good enough. They've been spending money recklessly while Man City and, Man City, the likes of Man City and Chelsea have been spending their money in inappropriate ways. Not to mention the fact that, HH, you said something about winning the would teams win? Would there be more winners in Europe if there was no FFP and billionaires were allowed to come to the game? I do believe that, because you got to think of it this way. There's this psychological term called group shift, where in which one individual in a group, if he thinks to the extreme, the group or the individuals within that group will take that type of approach. So, I mean, we've seen that in the transfer market. You look at Suarez and Bale, how much they were spent. That became the standard in the transfer market for a top-tier player. So I do think that would become the standard all around when it comes to top-tier players. So I do think that, teams would reach that ability to win trophies.
Okay, so
there would be a lot of competition.
Before I come to Jamal, let me just hit this before I come to Jamal. So, from LSK Laxon, who says, how's old man Roman, you actually don't know how old he is, going to land Haaland when Mr. Sheikman so has twice his net worth? City can buy and sell London Blues Chelsea twice. Bram died a long time ago. First of all, LSK Laxon, you don't know how much Roman Abramovich has. That's the first thing. Second thing is, any guy that owns a yacht is extremely wealthy. Third thing is, Chelsea is a more attractive option. London is a more attractive option than Manchester. London have prettier ladies, have better restaurants, and Chelsea was ranked as one of the sexiest, most attractive clubs in the world. So LSK Laxon, first do your research before spouting complete and utter garbage. Tell me which team you support so I can clown you. Yassi Side says, FFP in a way caused the downfall of AC Milan. You can sort of say, but I think Milan sort of led to their own
When was
downfall.
FFP introduced?
2011. Because it doesn't make sense. Milan's a big club. How would FFP affect AC Milan?
No.
Exactly. But the
Milan,
club it
it's
affected,
the
it was Inter Milan. Inter Milan, it affected Inter Milan. Because since it was... Yeah, exactly.
Wait. Okay, so from Brian K02 says, Godfather Thoughts, do a review on the 3 films. Brian, on my other channel, Half of Thoughts, I will do that. Don't worry. I will give you my thoughts on Godfather. Godfather 3 isn't as bad as a film as people think. Jamal, talk to me.
Yeah, I agree with Natsa. I feel they bring it to protect the big clubs because it was created in 2011, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and when was Manchester City bought? If anybody knows, Natsa.
2008.
You already know it. You always clown me for that, so Jamal, you know it. Okay.
In 08. So yeah, I think UEFA always thought it's not gonna happen. Nobody's gonna bring a dead club and bring it up because guys, before Abramovich, Chelsea was still winning cups. Chelsea was still a club, but City was in the championship.
That's actually not true, though. That's actually not true. They were not winning cups, but they were up there ahead of City, but they weren't winning cups.
Yeah,
we were winning cups. We were.
Which cups? Give me one.
The FA Cup. The FA Cup.
Which year? Which year?
Look, guys, let's Jamal land. Stop interrupting.
Yeah.
Jamal, talk.
Yeah, so one Man City, and I think what scared UEFA was when a club like Manchester City bought Robinho. Because now they say, oh, Manchester City could buy a big star. I think he came from Real Madrid. So that is why I think FFP was thinking. But the reason, the question why I want to ask you, H, is why do you think UEFA protect these big clubs? What is the reason why, in your opinion?
The UEFA, I think that when you're a big club and you're established, I think these clubs have a close relationship with UEFA. UEFA, like PSG, says, like, we don't know you. That's where the whole term UEFA Lona, UEFA Madrid comes from, because Real Madrid, Barcelona, specifically those two, they have such history with UEFA, have such history with the competition that they, just for the image of it, that's why they were trying to fight so hard to get an El Clasico CL final, because they know what that would bring. So for them, PSG and Man City, they're sort of like guests invited us. We don't know who you guys are, so yeah.
And I just want to say one more quick thing. Yeah, I agree with that, because now it has changed. But guys, can you remember when Manchester City now start to make Champions League? You can imagine the groups they used to get. They used to get some hard teams: Barcelona, Bayern Munich, Real Madrid. So yeah, so I agree with that. So they FFP was being to protect the big clubs. So yeah.
What's it called? Bad Me to You. Talk to me.
Yeah. What was I didn't actually wasn't going to say anything. I mean, I can't remember what I was going to say. I think it's a case of you've got to accept, football has gone from, you know, a more equal art form to a business art form. You know what I mean? In terms of business-driven art form, in terms of if you bring it to the business world, I mean, I don't see, you know, any, you know, too many regulations. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. You know, governing, for example, Apple, for example, and their financial power from, you know, allowing them to be successful compared to a far smaller technology company. So, I mean, it's a case of, like you say, HH, I think you've just got to accept that it comes with the territory now. This is what football has become. You know what I mean? I think it'd be harder to go back than to reverse what's been done than to just continue going forward.
All right, your boy, talk to me, man. FFP, man.
Yeah, like everyone has just been saying, FFP has kind of like marginalized the smaller clubs. It was put in place to protect the bigger clubs, and considering the fact that like they're not even policing it properly, a lot of teams are still breaking it. Is like, what's the fucking point, you know? So just get rid of it and allow the floodgates of billionaires to come in and more competition. That's all.
All right. So has everyone spoken on this?
Yeah, I just want to say it would be cool to see a Scunthorpe versus a Cagliari Champions League final.
That would be well, Cagliari are racist, but Scunthorpe against so Scunthorpe against like Elche, that'd be amazing. Imagine if Scunthorpe had like a stack team and stack team underneath. That would be freaking hilarious.
I'm an underdog merchant. Sometimes I don't mind when the underdog wins. To be honest with you.
Man, no. I'm a David Merchants man. Okay, guys, last topic, and this one is state of football. And again, this comes to me because of a lot of people who have sent me messages and so forth, giving their views and their thoughts on them saying that football has declined. So, no, football has declined. It's not as good anymore. There are not enough individuals and so forth. I was like, is it true? Then I think it was Ronaldinho's birthday or something. And then they just showed some clips, and I think because I follow Ronaldinho on Instagram, and then I think he just posted a clip of his free kick against Werder Bremen, which was the first time. Now maybe somebody did it before, but the first time I ever saw a player pass the ball under the wall into the goal because these guys, they always jump. So if they jump, just pass it below them. It's the first time that I ever saw that. I was like, wow. And then I just looked at Dino's clips and said that there really isn't a player like Ronaldinho. And it then made me think of Mourinho, Pep, Klopp. This superstar is a manager. You know? Like, before it was like, okay, it's Ronaldo against George Weah now. It's Baggio against Del Piero. It's, Henry against Van Nistelrooy. You know, it was player v player. But now, like Bayern, PSG, people will be like, Flick and Pochettino. If Bayern now face a Man City, it'll be like Flick against Pep, or it'll be Pep against Pochettino. The manager has now taken center stage. So by the manager taking center stage, it's now systems. Who is Liverpool's superstar? You can say Salah, but it's really Klopp.
Yeah.
When you look at who is, and we don't even need to think about this. Man City's superstar is Pep. Nobody talks about any player so far. Their superstar, the face of Man City, is Pep Guardiola. So if the manager is taking center stage, that means these players are a slave to what the manager wants. So we're not getting football that is more systemized, and you're seeing less rooms for a Ronaldinho to go through. Rijkaard had a general blueprint, but Rijkaard said, Ronaldinho, I know what you can do. You interpret the game however you see fit. We have a general thing that we should follow, but Dino, when you have the ball, you do whatever comes to mind because I trust you as a superstar player to come up with the extraordinary to help us win this game. I don't know whether, the only player I think has maybe that license is Neymar. Because even if we look at Messi still operates within a system of pass, boom, pass, give and go, give and go, give and go. Those kinds of mad individual psychopaths who are like, look, I'm here just to operate. Like when you're facing Brazil,
Hazard Chelsea was kind of, but continue.
Yeah, but you say, you could argue that, but it's like when you face Brazil, you're like, Oh my God, I got the hell in the face. And when we talk about international football on Sunday, we'll talk about the states of Brazil, which I think might be the worst Brazil team I've ever seen. So
Yeah.
the individuals are in there. Like right now, there is a Ronaldinho that exists. There isn't a JJ Okocha that exists. There isn't like a Del Piero that really exists. There isn't that individual who is given license and the freedom to run, because every team has to follow a system. And every match we watch is system versus system. We're watching system versus system. We're watching a manager's philosophy against a manager's philosophy. We're not watching, okay, it's a philosophy, but man, what's this guy going to do? What's this guy going to do? Eric, your thoughts, states of football, improved, the decrease, how do you compare it?
It's a very interesting topic. Football has improved in you can argue it has improved in some ways, and it's also not improved in other ways. So what you say is an obvious, way in which football hasn't improved. So it's less individualistic. You hardly see people taking shots from like 40, 50 yards the way you used to. People don't really do the individual thing the way they used to. But at the same time, you can say that look at how much tactics have improved football. Before football used to be 4-4-2. So it went from 4-4-2 to 4-3-3. Fullbacks became so much more integral to the way teams attack. It's definitely improved in that way. Tactics are a lot more advanced. It makes the game more intriguing. It's not so easy to just score goals, and it's the whole thing about managers being as more important than they were before. It makes sense, and there's a reason for that. It's because obviously it's so important. Tactics are huge for football and to be honest, it makes sense.
So do you think the matches are more enjoyable now than they were before?
In a sense, yes, because it makes it more difficult. Sometimes matches don't have to have many goals to be interesting. A tactical sort of battle is interesting as well. Like I remember a very obvious example. Not trying to hate on an individual, a certain person, but I remember when Mourinho was still at United, and they had, I think it was their first game of the season. I think it was the season when Zlatan was there, and they won the game like 4-0. And I was like, wow, that might be the most boring 4-0 win I've ever seen. So just because goals are scored doesn't mean a game is interesting, There are definitely different things that make a game. And an obvious case in point why managers are the superstars. Look at Chelsea, for example, When the previous coach was there, we looked decent at times. We were just inconsistent. We were just a very inconsistent team, But once Tuchel comes in, look how much we've improved. Because tactics are so important. The coaching has gone up a notch, and all of a sudden the players look so much better.
So, but do you think tactics has taken away from individuality and the kind of randomness of, wow, what is this individual going to do? Because individuals are so keen and adamant to follow the instructions from the manager.
Yes, I think it has, but at the same time, you have to weigh up different things, So it's done that, yes, but at the same time, football is a team sport anyway, and you prefer. Well, I definitely prefer the teamwork aspect of, because Chelsea are a very obvious case in point. I prefer us being a team with multiple players who can do things, a team who is set up in the best way to win a game, than being a team that just depends on Hazard or pass the ball to Hazard and hope for the best. You don't want a team like that. This isn't basketball, so in a sense, it's a good thing. It's bad because it's not as exciting. You don't see things like someone like putting the ball in the top corner from 50 yards, but at the same time, it's definitely a more structured way, and it's just unique. It depends on what you like personally, but for me, I think the benefits outweigh the negatives. Personally.
Okay, so before I come to Vilton, let me just hit these dubs, man.
Wait, HH, before you read that, Yasaid say something you will vomit if you read. I'm just saying, look out for the comment, the super chat.
I think I've just seen it, and I will deal with it. So first of all, from Yasaid, who says, the day City wins, you know what, I won't even say it. Natsa, I like you. I despise your club. God, please help us. Yasaid, if Man City win the quadruple, Nato will be banned indefinitely from the Hangouts and the live
No,
chats. So
not
he
that
already
one.
knows this. Oh no! I know. I'm building up to it. From Rodrigo Rodas, who says Chelsea won the UEFA Cup while City was in the third division. Rodrigo Rodas, please ask Natsa what major European title has Man City won. If anybody, City fan tells us that City are on the same level as Chelsea, they are filthy, stinking liars. Chelsea have a Europa League, a UEFA Cup, and a CL, and a Premier League. It is what it is. Rodrigo tell them. Yes aside, oh God. HH Rashford exists. He's the new Dino. Yes aside. I really think you need to see a psychiatrist. Because I think you're and I'm being honest, I think you're suffering from mental abuse. See, I can somewhat handle you calling him over Mbappe. Yes aside, the next time you mention Rashford in the same sentence as Ronaldinho, side I'm gonna find you and I will fight you. I will fight you. Please, I'm begging you.
The fact that he pays money to say this shit is incredible, man.
No. Yes, it's like the head said that you have to see a psychiatrist because to even think of saying this, you have to be mad. No, so I'm not even gonna give this the light today because yes, I said you are saying this to trigger me.
It's a coping mechanism because the 1999 treble-winning team is about to be finished if Man City end up winning all four trophies.
He's suffering because he's preparing himself. But as I said again, yes, aside, if City win a quadruple, drinks are on me, bro. Drinks are on me. Wilton, football, declined or no?
I like if you're talking about like individual quality, like stars. Yes, you could send away as a climb, but it's still entertaining to watch. To be honest with you, I still have fun watching football. If you want to say, like, I guess a good argument you could make that it has declined because of how much. To be honest with you, I think it's money. That's why, because football is more money driven now. Mm-hmm. Because when you look at a Gareth Bale, yes, he completed the sport. He won 4 Champions League, probably scored one of the greatest goals ever in a Champions League final. But the guy wants to be a professional golfer now. The guy doesn't even care about. The guy literally said he used Spurs as a fitness center just so he can get fit. Like the guy was just literally sitting on the Real Madrid bench not caring, and he's making what 300 pound, 300,000 pound like a week or even more. So you could say it's more money driven now. But one thing about football now, players have more more longevity because you see because back then with the science wasn't as it is today, but now you can tell how to keep a player in shape, like what type of physical exercise you need to do.
28, 29, you the decline. Benzema is what 30 something. Lewandowski stays 30 something.
Because usually never mind. It's actually 600,000 pound a week. Somebody just in the chat. But yeah, so the longevity is longer. You see more player in their 30s play longer. But yes, you could say the individual quality. The only player I would guess at the moment that we have right now is Neymar, but he can barely stay fit. So I wouldn't say football is bad, the quality has gone down. We still have good individual players. We still have generational talent. We still have the likes of Messi, Iniesta, Madrid, Xavi. We still have people in this decade. This decade just started. So we have Haaland and Mbappe on the rising. And by my man Abdullah, I would say the German Zidane. So we have all Marco. We still have the likes of Marco, who you rate. I don't know why you rate. We still have the La, the El Dio, so the Bobby. So yes, you could say you don't see player express himself more. It's more a tactic because there's so much money, I think, in and out. There's so much pressure on you. Because I was looking at Pep interview. Pep, when Lampard got fired, he said, I understand it's a business now. You only get a certain amount of time to win trophies. They don't have time for you to explore yourself. Yes, when you do a skill move, the crowd gets happy, but at the end of the day, it's all about trophies. So it's more money driven. More trophy you win, more money you make, and more fan comes into it. So I wouldn't say as the I would have just said the individual quality has gone down. But in terms of football is with football. It's always gonna change. Football is gonna In 20 more years, the game's gonna change.
Wilton, your guy Cristiano, he's a clear example of how football changed.
What do you mean?
He used to be the skills guy at United.
Well, people say it was an injury. No, people said his knee.
Yeah, in 2014 he had tender handed, something like that. So he couldn't do what he could do anymore. So he changed his game around and became more of a prolific goal scorer. So yes, I don't think football is that bad. I think you're just being on nostalgia. We're always gonna live on nostalgia. And as for the Brazil comment you made, this Brazil team is way better than that 2010, that 07 Brazil, bro.
Wilson, we'll talk about it. We'll talk because you're right about the whole Dunga thing. But we'll talk about it on Sunday. We'll talk about let's just save it for Sunday. Abdul, talk to me, man. For football from now and then.
I think football has declined because managers, they don't take the risks because the sack is always a couple of bad results away. And it's unfortunate, but that's, as Wilton said, there's a lot of money in the game. So if you lose 5-6 games in a row, especially if you're at a big team, like, you're going to be looking at the exit. So that's why I think we've seen so many boring big games this season, especially in the Premier League, because teams would rather not lose and just think it out than to get embarrassed, or just to lose. So I completely agree with Wilton. Like, the money has made it so there's extreme pressure on both the players and the managers to get results, and it's become a results-driven business. Less an entertainment business, to be honest, which the entertainment has gone down, but at the end of the day, like, people still watch it, so it's not because it's hurting their viewership.
So you think that football has become less entertaining and more about the results?
And you can just look at this season. Look how many boring big games there's been, man.
Okay, but do you think no fans is a factor, or that's not a factor for you?
No, I think it's a factor, of course, because having fans there, it drives the players to do something extraordinary. But at the end of the day, like people, they take less risks because they would rather have the result than to risk a result just to be a little more entertaining, I think.
Okay. So before I come to Jamal, man, let me hit this. This is from Red Tommy, man. Thank you for the dub, Red Tommy. Red Tommy says, HH, football is dead. Now, the best players in the future are kick and run merchants. You see, my thing that there are a few pace merchants that exists. And I do feel that, I'll be honest with you, there seem to be two types of player now. Either the player who is fast, so therefore he's good on the counter-attack, or the player who is very good at passing. So the Sarri guy or the Pep guy. So obviously, do you see if you're in between? But the two main kinds of attacking players you see are guys who are quick and are very effective on the counter-attack, especially with the gegenpress, or who are very direct, or guys who are very intricate and good at passing the ball and making good, intricate passes. I don't know how many dribblers are out there where this guy is just here just to be the skills guy and just to do crazy things, and he's given license to do whatever the hell he wants. Jamal, talk to me.
Yeah, I don't feel the quality has dropped. I just feel these players are not getting games. Because I start watching football around 04. Yeah, I think that was the first season. 04, 05. When Liverpool won the Champions League, just saying. Yeah, so a guy like Isco is a pure dribbler. He's one of the most talented players in this last 5 to 6 years. But the guy gets no game. He does not. I look like someone else at Dybala now. Dybala is a supremely talented player. Our next one don't get no games. So I think managers are more using effective players to win games. Because long time in the 90s, a manager will say, you know what? If this team is playing a high line, try a through ball and see if you could get it to the striker. But now a manager will say, no, the percentage of this guy trying a through ball. If I just play a fast guy like Timo Werner to run into space, it's more effective and it's more easier. And the percentage of him getting in behind is better. So managers will now say, you know what, instead of picking a guy who is very technical, who could pass, who could get through balls to my defender, I'm just going to play a fast guy. So he could just run into space to counter the high line. So yeah, I just feel the players right now, effective players are just getting more use than the technical players. Like Pogba.
Quick thing, do you think coaches, higher or lower level, will discourage players from dribbling? As in, they'll say to players, no, dribble less. Pass first, do the effective thing first rather than try to beat the player. Or do you think no?
Yeah, I think managers are telling players stop dribble less because it had some interview was with Mark Hughes, that then manager. Some players said he used to tell them don't dribble. He said don't dribble in your opponent, only dribble when you're close to your box. I mean, excuse me? Come on, man. Football is about expressing yourself. So I feel managers tell their players not to do it. But if managers let these players express themselves, I feel these guys can do it. Because can you tell me if prime Eden Hazard could he match up with a Luis Figo, in your opinion? On talent, that's talent.
Oh no. No, he could 100% easily match up. But I mean, Luis Figo for pure dribbling has to be one of the most amazing dribblers I've ever seen in my life. Just for pure dribbling talents. But Hazard could easily be very comparable based on just pure talents. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think a little bit of nostalgia and all cloud judgment sometimes because I just see nostalgia, cloud judgment. And I'm gonna say something very controversial right now. It's very controversial. He likes his sister. He misses games. He loves to play around. But I'm sorry, Jake. Neymar is the closest thing to Ronaldinho. And I will even say...
That's not controversial, though. Jamal, it isn't, because see, this is why I said on Friday, Neymar was supposed to bring us back.
This is why you hate him.
Yeah, that's why I hate him, because remember when we saw that goal against Santos? And that was doing the rounds on Twitter and so forth. We're like, oh my gosh, this is the next guy. Because as good as Messi was and as amazing Messi was, Neymar was bringing us back to the Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, or like, no, this guy is arrogant, and he's going to bring in that kind of arrogance, bravado. Because Messi isn't arrogant on the pitch. He's like, I will just do what needs to be done. I'm just going to get past you, but I'm not here to embarrass you. Neymar's no, I'm here to entertain. Yes, I want to be effective, but I also want to entertain and wow the crowd a little, because that's just my character and my personality. But he's not done it.
But isn't there some sort of middle ground between those two things, between entertaining the audience and also being effective? That
was Ronaldinho. Ronaldinho entertained and he was effective. I am going to wow you. I'm going to do stuff that is stunning, but watch this assist, watch this goal, and I'm still going to help my team win. So Dino was like, that's why we love Dino so much, because he entertained guys who love futsal, guys who play a five-a-side, guys who play street football and go crazy for skills. But he also was like, I'm a professional player, I still need to get my team to win. So
and
he
Neymar
brought
also
street
does that
football.
as well.
Continue.
Because if you watch his numbers, Neymar, people say Neymar is a show pony. If you watch his numbers at Barcelona, I think he scored 20 goals all the time. And I think even with PSG, I think only one season he didn't score 20 or more or less goals. So guys, Neymar is that dude, man. He's that dude. It's just injuries. And that's also another topic, AJ. I think players who like to showboat now, the injuries. Players, I know it used to happen a long time too, but I don't know, because people are watching players like Neymar, who is dribbling all the time, and he's getting injured. Even Neymar as well said, should I change my game? That was his last tweet when he gets his injury. He said, should I change my game? Because I get no protection and these guys are injuring me. So I think injuries as well clouds the judgment for players not to dribble.
All right. Bad Missy will talk to me, man.
Yeah, man. Like everyone else has said, I mean, I think, football has moved, into a more, into being more effective. You can clearly see that. I think, in terms of, going back through the decades, etc., especially, the 90s, 2000s, etc. I mean, what I grew up with in terms of, the players, like we've mentioned, Ronaldinho, Robinho, Figo, etc., seeing these players, very, very driven 1v1, etc., and just, in looking to entertain it whilst trying to balance effectivity. I think there is probably a sprinkling of players around that still have that in them, but I wouldn't say it's taken out of them in terms of they're directly told not to do that, but I think they are very much heavily influenced by, like we say, the way in which football has gone in terms of tactics and trying to be as effective as possible in the modern game. So yeah, I mean, it's all a case of what you like, what's your preference, because I mean everyone has a subjective preference with regards to why they watch.
So what is your preference then? Are you happy with how the game has moved to improved tactics and improved strategies?
No. I mean I appreciate it and I understand why it has to be done, but not for me, because when I play football, all my life how I've played football, I've tried to base my game off of like we've mentioned, Ronaldinho, etc. That these are the guys that made me go out and play, like you said in previous videos. These are the guys that made me want to go and play just for fun. So I mean, for me, I don't find it as entertaining as before, but of course I still find it entertaining because I'm a football fan. So
I just remember somebody.
Because we have to quickly get to as many guys as possible, so we're kind of interrupting. So before I come to Ahmad, something that Bad Miss Evil said is key, and you can think about this to yourself. I'm going to ask this to the live chat and to the panel. I'm going to ask this to everyone today. How many players, and we have to be honest, how many players today do you watch and make you want to put on your boots and go out and play? How many players today do you watch and say, man, because I know when I saw R9, I was like, I have to try that move. I know when I saw Ronaldinho, I said, no, bro, I've got to try that move. I have to try that. When I saw that, how many players today do you watch and say, man, this guy makes me want to play? Just this guy that's doing this. Okay, yeah. So how many? Messi, 100%.
So I can list maybe like 5 or something like that. So one of them was Yannick Bolasie. I don't know if you've.
Yeah. Give me a break, Yannick Bolasie.
Grealish as well. Grealish, Hazard. I think Pogba as well. Pogba, yeah.
Isco maybe.
And then the last one is who's the last one?
So not Neymar.
Yeah, of course, Neymar. Yeah, Neymar.
Yeah, you have to come. You have to say Neymar. And really, Neymar really is the first name. As much as we hate him, when Neymar is Neymar, he's the only guy that's like, okay, yeah, this guy is doing that thing. He's doing that thing. He's bringing
Charisma was one of them. Charisma was.
100%. Okay, so what's it called? Amar, talk to me, man. Football today.
Hey, Jake, can I also say? Can I say something?
Okay. Last thing before I come to Amar. So bad means.
I was going to say another thing. So I mean, if I look at it personally, the only 2 things within football that have entertained me and. Apart from so we take my preference for looking at individual brilliance, but the only other team oriented facet of football that's really entertained me would be, for example, if you look at Pep's Barca and just how good they were in terms of being able to keep the ball. That's the only other aspect, like, as we say, when the whole team is involved, that has made me go, wow. I mean, Man City do it to an extent, but I don't think that no one's has done it at the level of Barcelona. So I'll leave it at that.
And I think you see, before I come to Ahmad, I think that's the key thing. As much as tiki-taka annoyed me, if you've played football, you have to admire how good Xavi was at what he did. Because anybody who's played football, anybody who's played central midfield is like, to be able to keep the ball with as much pressure on you in central midfield like that, only when you played football can you say, oh yeah, okay, this is amazing what this guy is doing, and it's amazing what that team did, and so forth. And the funny thing I always say is, I don't know how many guys have this experience. Now, this is just my experience. This is my experience. The difference between playing with English guys and playing with Spanish or Italians or even Egyptians, it's a massive difference. That's what I'm saying. Ahmad, talk to me.
The thing is, I don't think football has declined or improved. I just think it's evolving. Like, you can't compare different eras to each other's. Like, in today's game, as you said, is like technology is always evolving, and the football will be more technology based. And they know how to treat a player to become the best. That's why we see players playing up to 10 years or 15 years. That couldn't happen back then. And we see players more stronger, more quicker. That's why I wouldn't compare this era to another era, because you can't. Because the era before wasn't as strong, as quick and as physical as this era. As a fan, I like this era more, just because the social media, the promoting, the football discussions you have, I personally like it more. And then the thing you said about the managers, I don't know if I agree with that, because you may say, like, of course the managers tactically will improve. That's something that will happen, but there were still managers back then who were very strict. Like you said about Rijkaard giving Ronaldinho a freedom. That's true, but I think the manager before was Van Gaal, and he didn't get any freedom to the Barcelona players. And they had a strict.
Rivaldo was given freedom, bro.
No.
Rivaldo was allowed to do whatever he wanted to do.
No. HJs, I've seen videos about this. Rivaldo literally complained and got benched by Van Gaal because he wanted to play striker, but Van Gaal said you can only play on the wings. So, and Pep Guardiola, his whole philosophy is from Cruyff, how he gives freedom in the final third for other players. So I think that the tactics will always improve. In the future, we'll see tactics that you've never seen before, tactics that has been inspired by today's era. So for me, the game will always improve, and I think it will be more technology based and more around how society evolves as well. But I don't know. I think it's more of what do you like personally prefer. So like these skills you're seeing H's for 10 years ago, you can't do it anymore. Because you see guys in Germany being so strong, pressing you, tackling you hard. Like look at Neymar. I see him each game. The guy gets hurt because when he tries to skill, a guy will come fast to him and tackle him hard. So
do you then see that Neymar change your game, dribble less, be more effective, do less skills? Is that the answer? What are we saying?
You can't say to a player to change your game. I would say more to the referees to protect him more, because and this is another point about social media. When there's a thing about a player, like he's used to dive, let's say Neymar is used to dive. He's known about diving, even though that's not true. But that's what the referee has in mind. So when he gets tackled, he doesn't show the yellow card. He don't want to give that free kick because he thinks that Neymar is diving. That's what his reputation is. In that sense, yes, I agree with you. It has changed, but I think the referee should protect the players more that tries to do those skills.
Natsa, talk to me, man.
Yeah, I think we all like appreciate the beautiful game, but we all appreciate it in different ways. Like for me, I appreciate the beautiful game is close control, vision, nice passes, build up play. That's how I enjoy football. But there's different ways people enjoy football because we're not all the same. But the main thing why I think is right now the people that maybe excite you as individuals is probably Joao Felix and Neymar individually speaking. So like I feel like people don't teams don't sign players with very good dribbling skills. It's because it slows down the game sometimes. Instead of you making that pass, you chose to do the skill moves, which slows down the game so much in terms of when you're in a high pressure game. But those kind of skillful players can change a game in a click by just individual skill. So just because you can take away one thing, but you take away one other thing. So you can't have both at the same time, in my opinion. But for like, I think Ahmed said it. He said the football is evolving. It's evolving, and we're coming into a new era. And the new era is players don't have that much time to complete these skills. And I feel like really the Brazil, because the main people that used to do and were successful with playing dribble skill at the same time were Brazilian players, but those talent have, except for Neymar, those talent don't exist anymore. They don't really exist. So South America, when was the last time South America won a World Cup? Ask yourself that question. The best players came from South America. The most skillful players came from South America. So these players, maybe these players have maybe died out a bit, and we're just waiting for the next generation of South American players to come.
Or is it that they exist, or the status quo has changed, so their skills are getting coached out of them? So they're not being into that, bro. If you want to succeed at Barca, Real, Bayern, you're going to have to be more effective and do these skills a lot less. You're going to have to now understand tactics and systems a lot more than be more of an individual.
Well, that can be true, to be honest, because if you look at Neymar, when he was at Barcelona, he sacrificed a lot of stuff that he used to do in the Brazilian league when he came to Barcelona, because he had to adapt. And he was, in my opinion, he was much more effective in that Barcelona system.
Yeah, very effective.
So maybe,
but he wasn't the Neymar that we see now at PSG. The fact is that he was more effective at Barcelona, but he's a far better player at PSG.
Would you really say that? Maybe he wasn't trying those skills. Maybe he wasn't trying to express himself. I don't think he didn't have it in him. He did have
No. But we can only judge based on what we saw. What we saw at Neymar was he hogged the left-hand side because he had to give the middle and the freedom to Messi. So his game was very limited to, let me just do what I need to do in order to make the most effective play. But at PSG, he's now given the freedom to, now you're the playmaker, you're the creator, you can now score. You have the freedom to express yourself as much, which is what he was allowed to do if he's trying to coexist with Messi, because you can't have two guys have two free roles. One guy must have the free role and run things, which is what Messi was. So
I agree. He's much more of a complete player, I should say, because he does roam in everywhere and do it. But is he more effective? I don't know, because if look, for example, Mbappe, does he have the skills of Neymar? Does he have the skills of Ronaldo or Ronaldinho? No, but he's been tipped to be the best. Next thing is because he's effective. He's effective in the final third.
And that's the thing. You see, you just hit the on the head. Like I've always said that the reason why I call him the prodigy is because of what he's achieved, based on what he did in that Champions League with Monaco and what he did at the World Cup. But I've always said, I think Ousmane Dembele is more talented, and Ousmane Dembele is the better footballer. So if Mbappe and Haaland is football's future,
I think we're getting into a different conversation.
Wait, but sorry, back to Nathan.
Yeah, footballers are much more effective, but that's why when I say, like, I can't call Mbappe the next big thing, because I'm used to saying Neymar is the best next big thing. I'm not used to saying Haaland is the next big thing. So that's why I can never give them the quota of saying, next big thing. You can say, the next big wide forward, yes. The next big striker, yes. The next big player, they're not players. They're not complete players. Complete players are like Neymar, Messi, maybe even R9, but R9 wasn't really. He was a striker mainly, but he was skillful. Ronaldinho. Maybe early Ronaldo, but so Cristiano. I mean, yeah, you can see these type of players, but so I can't really call Mbappe the next big player or Haaland.
So who is the next big player then?
For me, it's João Felix, in my opinion. João Felix is the next big player if he reaches his potential, but otherwise it's looking kind of. I don't want to say it doesn't look very good.
Okay, all right. Z-Man, talk to me. Wait, before you go, let me just hit this job before you go, Z-Man. So, from Yasser Said, what will people's reaction be if Bayern tend to PSG? Yes, if that happens, suicide watch for Ahmad. That's the key thing. Ahmad will be on suicide watch, and that will be a shocking stream because I don't want. If Neymar and Mbappe are on the pitch and Bayern 10-2 to them, that will literally end Neymar's career. Mbappe, it will take a hit, but that would end Neymar's career. So please, let's hope that does not happen. Yes, I said again, says, not gonna lie, I tried to recreate Lamella's goal. That goal was filthy. And that's the kind of crap. That's the kind of stuff that I love to see. Wait. Don't quickly with this.
Okay, let me see after something.
Okay, Rodrigo Roda says, HH, did you remove Mason Mount's posters from your bedroom? Yes, I did, because I tried to make space, but I'm going to put them back up afterwards. I have a massive Mason Mount's Chelsea legend thing on my wall, but to make space. But yeah, I'm going to put it back on my wall. So forth. Lionel Mount. And Rodrigo Roda said, yeah, I'll come to you. Yeah. Rodrigo Roda says again, I tried to recreate Mason Mount's passion at goals. Yeah, me too as well, man. Mount is the ghost, man. Passion merchant. Nats, talk to me, man.
Remember when you were saying, is there a footballer that you've watched that you want to recreate? I think Jamal can back me. The one thing HH tried to recreate is that penalty that Pogba did with that long freaking...
Look,
so it's fair to say HH wants to be the next Pogba.
Can I just say one thing about that video, the whole banter games? We were forced to take the penalty like that, so we all had to do it that way.
I don't believe that.
Ask all the people involved, because obviously right now we don't really talk as much with each other and so forth. It is what it is. But if ask them to release the footage of the full match, I scored a hat-trick. So ask them to release the footage of the full match where I myself scored a hat-trick and I brought the skills to it. Very simple. Z-Man, talk to me, man.
In terms of, it's one of many things, but it's about effectiveness versus individuality. And why I like the beautiful game is the same reasons why I like to watch movies, not for the effectiveness. Why I would go to a circus to watch a lion tamer. It's not for him to be effective. It's for the entertainment. It's bringing your artistic expression into the game, and putting your finite into it.
Okay, let me ask this then. Wouldn't people may argue that effectiveness leads to wins and wins lead to my happiness?
Yeah. I'm going into that. That's one of the reasons why I enjoyed just from pure footballing standpoint. But I also enjoy the reasons why I enjoyed the game a while ago was for the individual brilliance. It's for the player to make a change. I remember when I was a kid and I was watching the likes of Riquelme and his through passes, or you could even watch Michael Laudrup and his incredible passing abilities. It's not only down to dribbling, it's down to many facets of the game that I really enjoyed. And when I think of individuality, I think of risk-taking, not necessarily dribbling per se. It's about risk-taking. That's why I enjoyed the game. But as the game has evolved, as everyone said, it's become more about becoming efficient. And what I enjoyed about the game was, the building up the play, team-oriented teams. The middle of the park became more attractive to me with the different styles of play that have been introduced, like Xavi being able to control the middle of the park from minute 0 to minute 90. And then my evolution of why I enjoy the game changed as time became, as time passed. And I feel like when it comes to individuality, there might be less of it down to two things. It's down to individual training and what the manager expects from him, what the impact of finances, and how the game costs so much. For if you play for a team like Aston Villa or you could think of a relegated side, you performing those tricks could cost results for your team, which then could cost jobs for the people that are being employed. So therefore, there's more. Football has more of an effect. And it's had more of an effect. You have the likes of, Arsene Wenger introducing nutrition and diet and fitness, and the game has become more athletic. Not to mention the fact that if you look at overall scope, the culture of football has become more homogenized. You look at, when in the past, if you look at old videos, you'd be able to see, Africa had a sense of individuals. Africa had a sense of culture. Even culture has become, to a certain extent, more homogenized. It's become the European standard. So the game has changed, and the game will forever change. It's not about what an individual could bring. It's about what a team could bring. That's why in the modern game you don't see people. You see in the past there wasn't as much excitement for a manager appointment as there is right now with the impact of the game. Like when you hear a Pep, you get as excited as getting a Mourinho, getting a Neymar or getting a Messi. It's that exciting for you because you know that a manager has a lot to do with changing it. Even you look at owners, the whole point of ownership and having these people take over, you get excited because of the possibility of the future in the modern game. So the modern game has changed and it's become more about results oriented. Even when we're talking about individuals of the past, we have to be careful and think about what were the necessary requirements of the past in order to be conceived a great player. I mean, you look at Di Stefano, and he was talking about I believe he's talking about Cristiano Ronaldo handbraking his record. He said he even said in an interview that's not what the game was about. The game in the past was about expressing yourself. If it was goal oriented, I would have scored more goals. That's what he said. That's what he said in an interview. And then you look at
records. Was never
records. You look at the likes of Maradona. You look at the likes of Maradona. You could say, well, he hasn't won the European Champions League. Was the European Champions League the standards of then as it is to right now? That's the thing. These players used to more so enjoy the culture of football and what football brought to them in terms of having the artistic liberty in general, and that's what the game was about. In the modern game, it's more results oriented. It's about getting the job done. It's about people get more excited. Yeah. It's about winning the trophies in general. So the game has changed, and there's different reasons why we enjoy the modern game compared to the game of the past. But they have their own forms of entertainment in general.
That's a bad man. I've got to. It was never about records. Now, let me be very clear here, guys. There are amazing things about the modern game and amazing things about the game in the past. So I'm not here to be like a nostalgia mention about, oh my gosh, back in my day. No. But it's just that. It was just okay what Z-Man just said is that, see, when I was growing up, no one cared how many goals a dude scored. Nobody cared how many, he scored. That wasn't the thing. It was about, man, look at how good this guy is. Because back then, there was no Twitter, there was no Instagram, there was nothing. So all we had were just watching the games. There wasn't a who scored. There wasn't a XG points. It was just that, let's just see these guys play. So
I think it's because Messi and Ronaldo were in the social media age. And that really didn't help things, the crazy numbers they were putting up made people think that.
Yeah, and basically, it's a whole bunch of things of what they did, how consistent they were, and also they were in the social media age where you can now collect a lot more data, and the game was more data led, which is like, it's all well and cool, but I think we should never move away from, because here's the thing about football. I'm going to come to your boy with this: is that yes, you want your teams to win and so forth, but this is still a game. It's called the beautiful game. Keyword game. Why do we play a video game? To be entertained. We don't play a video game to feel effective. We play... Look, I'm playing Skyrim now.
I disagree, HH. I disagree.
Yeah, you didn't describe that too well, HH.
Do you know what happens in FIFA, HH? You don't know what happens in FIFA, HH.
If you're effective in a game, I'm pretty sure you enjoy it. If you keep winning...
No. But you still need to enjoy a game. Yes, you want to be... No, see... They go hand in hand. Yes, you want to be effective because you want to beat the boss. You want to finish the level. You want to end the game. You want to see that FMV or so forth. So you need to be effective. But you have to enjoy the game. I love the gameplay. I love the graphics. I love the story. I'm excited about it. So that enjoyment is paramount. It goes hand in hand with also being effective for the game. You cannot deny the enjoyment of it.
HH. I want to add something else. Yeah, it's very true that football is evolving. It's become a more result-oriented sport because it's business. If you win, you get money, So, but one thing I also want to add is I think football is more entertaining for all of us when it's new to you. Because I remember when I first started watching football, it was like I was football crazy, bro. Like I was more into it. And if I speak to someone like my older brother who's like, 10 decades plus older than me, he'll say football was better in the 90s and early 2000s. And if you ask me, I'll be like, nah, football was better in like 2009, 2010, 2011. And if you ask my dad, he'll say football was better in the 80s. So I think this topic is very opinionated, and it just depends on which era of football you started watching football and which era of football you were more passionate about the sport. So I think that's also one thing as well.
Oh no, that's okay. Okay, so coming to you then. So, do you think football has declined? Do you think it's improved from what it was before, or as you say, we will always go round and round? Because I will always say the 90s, early 2000s are better, and somebody who's, let's say, 21 or 22 will always say, no, this time is better. My time were full of bombs who smoked and couldn't play past 28 or 29. So could it just be a case of we will always be protective of the eras that we grew up in?
Yeah, that's one thing. And also football is, like I said, it's more results oriented. You know, long gone are the days of guys dribbling, getting the crowd riled up in the stadium. You know, I think there was a guy that was, do you guys remember this guy, Curlon? He was like a Brazilian guy that was going viral on YouTube, like in the 2000s. So, like, you know, you have to be effective. The game is changing. You know, you can't be doing all these skills and not doing anything at the end of the day. What's the point? So I think that's what it is. And again, some people will say it's changed for the worse. Me personally, I think, you know, it's still the same. Football is the same, you know, in terms of entertainment. As long as we're being entertained, that's all that matters.
But
the entertainment, the standard of entertainment doesn't really matter. It's just
a clear example is Gabriel Jesus. Like, and he is more than a striker, to be honest, because he comes back and builds up the play. He has certain skills he has, but he's not effective. He's not effective in terms of when it comes to getting the ball in the back of the net, because he's not a type of player just to stick and stay in the box.
But you know what I said, Nafsa? I see some stuff that Jesus does, and this is what I even said to people years ago. He's got a lot of skill, but I think Pep wants him to be effective, and I just feel that him and Jesus are sort of coming into friction. I think Jesus wants to express himself more, but Pep wants him to follow these specific instructions he has for him.
Yeah, but Jesus' that's what I mean, record isn't. Yeah, Jesus isn't actually. If you look at his stats, he isn't. He's not that effective, but he's not too bad.
Okay, if he was at Chelsea, his stats will look way worse, because we have the players to give him those chances, for him to score those goals. But do Chelsea or United have those players to do that? No, I don't think so. But in my opinion, for him to flourish, he has to play the same position he played at for Brazil. Because even when we played against Real Madrid, that was Gabriel Jesus' most effective game, because he can take on players. He's more adept on doing the right decision more than Vinicius Junior. So I feel like he has the football IQ to do those kind of stuff, but I don't think he's a goal scorer, or because I think in his early days he started as a winger, but then he evolved as a striker in the Brazilian league. But that's the Brazilian league at the end of the day. So in my opinion, those type of things again.
And another thing is too is like we also forget that El Phenomenal Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, Romario, these guys have the skills, but they're actually, you know, doing the stats as well.
But
so they were very skillful, but they were also putting in the numbers as well.
The Cristiano and Messi era pretty much solidified it. Back then, the Ballon d'Or wasn't Messi, Cristiano. It wasn't who's gonna win it, who's gonna win between those two players. It was a different variety. We always had a different winner. We never had a 3 in a row, 4 in a row, 5 in a row, like whatever. But now it's only 2 players going at it. Like the only player that was supposed to compete with them is Neymar, and he hasn't really been able to do it.
So quickly, before I come to Darren with that, Vilton, do you think that is because Messi and Cristiano were so good, or because of the fallen individuals and superstars?
I think it's a little bit of both, because I just don't know what happened after 2010. Once we started dominating European, like La Liga, Spanish football, when we started dominating, it's like everything like Prem, Bundesliga, Serie, it's like everything just went down. We all know how good Cristiano and Messi are, but let's be real, like the competition that they have were the likes of Ribery, Robin, and I'm trying to think, Griezmann. Griezmann was top 3 at one point. Like Salah, like those players. When you compare them to Cristiano, they don't sniff to Messi. Like they don't sniff their pubic hair like individual just guys do.
No, not to also mention.
Oh damn, bro, my bad, guys, my bad.
No, because I want to come to Darren.
No, man, Filter makes a good point.
So before I come to Darren, man, let me just hit this. So from Jovinson Clerville, man, thank you for the dub. Jovinson Clerville says next big player is Musiala, aka Zinedine Messiala. No, relax, chill. You see, for me, I hate whenever people do this about young up-and-coming players. Let them breathe. Let them live. Don't give them the burden of a Zidane or give them a burden of a Messi. Let them come and make their own name for themselves. As I said, I agree with Natsa. The guy I'm looking at right now is João Felix. Also, I like Sancho as well, but Felix is the guy where it's, no. Let's see what this kid does, because Felix plays the way that I want a footballer to play and to think. And he's going to make the name Felix. Felix isn't the new Messi, he is the new Felix. He's what it is. So let's guys be what they are. Darian, talk to me, man.
Yeah, Church. No, like my electricity was off, so I jumped in quick. What is that topic, man?
So basically, do you think football has declined from what it was before to what it is now? Do you think there's been a decline?
Man, I'll say so.
Darren, you need to change that profile pic. He's going to give you your first league title after how many years?
When he wins it, I'll change it.
So go for it.
That's a funny picture, I'm not gonna lie.
Honestly, I think it has declined. I think because if you look at the defending, for example, which is a part of the game that I absolutely love, I think a lot it doesn't get focused on what did back in the 90s and 2000s. Like, who are the great defenders now? And a lot of people don't really talk about it. You got Van Dijk, you said my boy Milan Skriniar, but to me, I like defenders now. To me, are not top level, and defense is part of the game. So I would say, of course, football has declined. Also, look at like the skill moves, gone, non-existence. And I get pragmatism works in a way, but as a lot of times I think guys could use some skill moves. One but their skills is Brickmar, and he's always injured. So I think.
Wait, sorry. Before I forget, just as you just said about guys with skill moves, I go back to João Felix. Why wasn't he played in the game against Chelsea like in the first leg? Because we are so obsessed with tactics. Oh, no. What are you doing off of the ball? If you're not pressing off the ball properly, if you're not doing the counter press, I'm not going to play you. Before, who gives a crap what the heck Dino does off the ball? It's Dino. You 9 guys, you do the counter press. Dino, do whatever the heck you want. When we have the ball, we're giving that ball to you. Because we know how important you are as a player.
You have to consider the other team, though. If he doesn't do it, then the other team exploits the team, and then.
But my point is that a player who we know is so good, I'm willing to sacrifice him not being part of the counter press because we know what he can do when we give him the ball, and we are building our team around him based on his football IQ. Darren, back to you, Darren.
Yeah, I used to about my body cat. Look at Simeone. This guy has so much talent, and you could use that to win matches. But Simeone is so stuck in his ways that he said the only way is pragmatism. Even with Jesus, I do agree. I think Jesus is a guy who should be let loose. He can do tough on the ball, but he's trapped in this system that puts on him. So I think we've been bombarded with this era of pragmatism, and also it's become so commercialized football that you have to win. I think sometimes certain people don't get time to develop, because if you don't win now, you're the game. Even certain coaches, they don't get time to develop because you hit on Frank. No, I think Frank could be a decent manager. He shouldn't have gone to Chelsea. He shouldn't have gone to Chelsea. I keep it real with you. He should have gone to Chelsea, but I think Frank should have gone to a team where he could have learned the game. But what happened? It's marketing. So we got Frank Lampard in. He kept the crowd quiet. He comes in, he breaks it up, he's out the game. Now I don't know if Frank will ever get a job again, because it's become so result oriented that people don't get a chance to develop. So I think the quality of football has gone down, in my opinion. I just think it's about winning right now, and you're not getting guys to develop. I look at international football also. I remember back in the day when I was younger, international football was a cool thing to watch. We watched an international match and enjoyed it. HH.
The most boring. Oh my.
You can't. You older than me. You older than me. Right? I remember when I was younger, international football was amazing to watch. Even Turkey used to play some amazing football. Croatia and these guys. France had amazing football to watch. Germany, all the teams that we could call. When's the last time you sat down to watch an international match and truly enjoyed it?
Yeah, I don't know. Especially international break, bro. It's dead.
Dead.
2018 World Cup.
No, but what I feel though is,
what
hope I'm not wrong. Cookies. I'm eating cookies. Relax, cookies. What I said is that again, hopefully the 27th phase, I'm hoping these Euros are good. I'm hoping it is.
I doubt.
I hope. I hope these Euros are.
The last couple of Euros have not been that good.
It's just one last thing before I go off H, right? Another thing they think to run football is stats. Because everyone is so constant. Like, with XG, how do you expect how many goals a man going to score? To me, that's the biggest concept ever.
What? So when I first said something, what?
No, and you got to also look at the impact. The impact becomes less. It's about efficiency. I mean, why didn't Snyder win it? Why didn't Ribery win it? They had as much impact. Neuer doesn't get celebrated as much. It's becoming more about being efficient. That's what the Ballon d'Ors has become. It's about, getting the goals. How much can you get? How much assists can you get? It's not about how much did you impact the season in general.
There you go. Zeman is right, because you see, Lewandowski
Pure facts.
If there was Ballon d'Or, Lewandowski wins that Ballon d'Or. But was he the most important player? I disagree. He was not the most important player.
You can argue now. You can argue Goretzka.
I'll be real with you. I was seeing a compilation of Neuer. Bro, I'm telling you right now, man.
Bro,
I know Lewandowski scored crazy points of goals, man. Neuer made some freaking saves, bro.
Yeah,
they made some freaking saves. So what more does the keeper have to freaking
Bayern, and Neuer was a guy that stopped PSG from winning the Champions League single-handedly.
You know what? Me start watching ESPN FC. You remember what the Scottish guy name?
Craig Bowley. Is it Craig?
No, the other guy.
Steve Nichols.
He can show that a goalkeeper can't be best footballer. He plays the sport with his hands.
Yeah, he's the guy's an idiot.
And that's the problem. You are a football analyst. You should be praising goalkeepers because you know they don't get a lot of love. And isn't that not a part of the game?
Yes.
So why are they not celebrating? You should be saying no. He deserves his credit. Just he doesn't score goals, that doesn't mean he's not effective. But what he goes on ESPN FC, which influences some people. I say, no, what? I don't know. He's just a goalkeeper, or he's just a defender. I wasn't a defender.
No, but I think most people know that Steve Nichols, he's a passion merchant. Like the guy, he isn't an analyst. He's a passion merchant. So guys know that most of what he says is just crap. Like it's just rubbish.
But people follow what they see on TV. They don't think for themselves.
No.
So that way we get these dissenting opinions here,
No, but Darren, because I look at the comments on ESPN FC, and I think people are far more savvy that they know that I am not going to be influenced by Steve Nichols. So I think this isn't like Kim Kardashian followers who are blinded by her big ass. These are football people who are like, no. We know what's what, and yeah, we watch this for entertainment, but we know Steve Nichols. What you say is complete garbage. On this
can I say something quick?
Go for it.
Yeah, I just want to say, I don't really agree too much that the quality of football job, but I agree with the defending. This era is the worst defending I ever seen in my life. That is what I agree. Defending is complete and utter trash. Okay. Go on.
Which is what I said. So before I come to the Dubs and then I'll come to Undisputed, I've always said that I respect Van Dijk, I respect Ramos and so forth. I can't put them as the very best
defenders. But Ramos, is it the defending bad because of the rules change? Because how soft the game got, you can't really hurt people as much.
No. This is why though, because someone asked me the question on the Friday Q&A. Defenders now are taught to defend, but also be good on the ball and be good passers of the ball.
Yeah.
Because you're not playing from the back, so you now have to now do two things. Back in the day, your focus was defending. Once you get the ball, smack it out there.
And you
don't play with the back, smack it out.
You have to keep your hands by your side.
Yeah, so basically the defending back then was you just focus on being the best defender you could be. But now you have to be good on the ball because the keeper's going to give you that 2-yard pass. So you have to know how to play out front from the back. So therefore, jack of all trades, master of none. You have to be master of something. So if I come to Undisputed, from YSK Jackson, who says, the likes of Haaland will play well into their 40s. I doubt he will reach his 40s. I still feel, but who knows? Who knows? Because we're in an era where Benzema is 33, 34, and he's one of the best players in the world. So maybe as time goes forth, 33 will be the new 37, 38. 38 will be the new like 41, 42. So maybe we'll see, maybe Haaland will play into 36, 37, but in like 30, 40 years' time, maybe, I retire at 45, and 41, 42, you can actually still be quality. Undisputed, talk to me.
Let's be honest here. I'm gonna be real. If Ribery, Robin, Neymar, if these guys were born 10 years earlier, I think most of them would have won a Ballon d'Or at least. So I think it's more of a case of Messi just being, more so Messi than Ronaldo, but both being just exceptional instead of this era being weak. I mean, I'm looking at these Ballon d'Or winners here. 2003 Nedved, 2001 Owen, 2000 Figo, 1996 Sammer. I'm gonna be real here. You one of your goats, Zidane. He allowed all these good players, but not horsemen or anything. He allowed all of these guys to win a Ballon d'Or. So I'm looking at Zidane a bit funny now, HH.
Watch your mouth.
This guy allowed Nedved to win a Ballon d'Or in his prime. They were both the same age. Really, HH? Really? This guy allowed Michael Owen to win a Ballon d'Or.
I don't count that. I don't know how the heck they got thingy in them, man. But
anyway. I don't think it has anything to do with tactics. I think the reason why the quality is declining, and this sounds weird, but I will sound like an old man. But I think kids these days would just rather just sit inside and play video games or be on social media all day instead of going outside on the streets and sharpening their football skills.
Are you speaking about yourself right now?
This sounds weird. But
No, Dembele is a perfect example. Didn't he skip Barcelona practice one time just to play Fortnite with his friends?
HH, can you scroll up, please? HH, could you please scroll up to the late 90s, early 2000s?
Oh no.
Okay, yeah, hold on.
How did Matthias Sammer? What the fuck?
Okay, so you got Sammer here. Zidane was like 26 in those days, so he was already in his prime. And Weah, obviously, great player, but Sammer, okay, R9, fair enough.
Look how old Ronaldo was.
Zidane, fair enough. Rivaldo, okay.
How was Beckham second? What the fuck?
Figo,
the treble.
Figo edging
The
Zidane.
treble.
Michael Owen, and then I think it's R9 again, and then it's Nedved, and then it's Shevchenko, I think.
Don't try
Oh
to.
wow, Maldini was third.
insult Nedved,
Cool.
though. Don't try to insult Nedved.
No. I think HH. I don't. HH and Wilton. Zidane's a great player, but I don't rate him on par with as highly as you two do for a number of reasons, which I won't go into great depth on this.
Undisputed, we gotta get on Discord and I have to educate you about Zidane, bro.
Listen, you know what's funny? I have an uncle who's been watching. He's been watching football since. Sorry,
can I ask you a question? Do you rate Gerrard over Zidane?
No.
Thank you very much.
Of course not. I rate Gerrard very highly, but I don't rate him. You know what's interesting? Did you know what Fernando Torres said? He said Gerrard is the best player he ever played with. He called him the best midfielder he ever played with.
He's his best friend, that's why he's saying it.
But
better than Xavi and Iniesta.
To be fair with the whole Ballon d'Or thing, it became more of a profit thing because Messi and Cristiano more. It's better to market those type of players.
Wilton, Zidane was not consistent at club level. You have to accept that. You have to accept
98 World Cup came out of retirement to help his country qualify.
My point was Zidane was not consistent at club level.
Of course. No one is consistent.
You might not like this HH, but Iniesta was better than Zidane.
Wait, Nasa, what did you say?
Iniesta was better than Zidane.
No, he wasn't.
No, he wasn't. And that's
he wasn't. No, he wasn't.
I think they're very close.
Wait, can I ask Undisputed a question?
I think.
Yeah, go for John.
Yeah, I just asked Undisputed. In the game today, what position you think Gerrard will be ranked in midfielders in the game today?
The most attacking of a three-man midfield.
Yeah, but will you be top 5 midfielders right now? What you?
He would be the best. Yeah, peak Gerrard would be the best.
No, Gerrard.
Peak Gerrard.
You're smoking grass.
Who better than him?
over
Who's better
Modric.
than him?
20 goals a
No.
season, plus exceptionally good passing, plus could run with the ball forward.
0 league titles.
No.
Doesn't matter.
But
Zero
with this
Champions
Liverpool
Leagues.
side,
He does have a
this
league title,
Liverpool
though.
side, he would be dangerous though.
Wait. On the Spencer, finish your original points again because
Okay.
you got cut off. Sorry.
Yeah, I actually think that the generation that we had from 2005 to 2015 was very strong. Right now we're in a weak generation. I think Zidane's generation was quite weak, to be honest. I think, and one more thing, funny thing is I have an uncle who's been watching football since 1979, and he's obsessed. His goat is Maradona, always has been, and I can't convince him. I've tried, man. I have tried. I can't convince him. He thinks that R9 and Zidane, they don't sniff Maradona. Neither of them
That's
sniff
fair.
him.
No. You see, I've always said that, and people always get this confused, which is why these morons, whenever I clown Cristiano, they say, "Hey, bro, you said R9 is the goat." I say, "No, you effing moron." I've always said that R9 is the best player I have seen, but the goat is Maradona. Maradona is our goat. He is. So when anybody says that he's the greatest, I'm like, all right, bro, hold up, all right.
You know what's fun? I think that just remember when Messi hit that free kick against Liverpool? That was the only time my uncle was like, but then he's like, no, it's still Maradona. But that was the only time I see him doubt himself.
So in your view, do you think football has declined? Do you think we have less individuals, less personalities, less guys expressing themselves, less Maradonas, less R9s, less Zidanes, and so forth? Or what sort of?
I think that with the technical midfielders like Pirlo, Modric, and Iniesta, these guys, they were legends. They're gone, and you look at the best midfielder now, Kimmich, hardworking, very good, but he doesn't have that sauce. You know, I don't see any great number 10 right now, in my opinion.
Number 10s don't exist, man. They've just completely. I think we've gone into 4-3-3s, back threes, and so forth. I don't know any number 10s, but sorry, continue.
But Jared had sauce.
Jared was a beast of an athlete. I think you can accept that. Jared physically, he was a beast.
But was he
was very good at
Better
shooting.
than Kevin De Bruyne.
He was exceptionally good at shooting with both feet.
They're not even the same type of players anyway. They are a bit similar, but they're not the same type of players.
Hey, Nadsat, let me ask you this. Look at how good Klopp made Henderson look, especially last season, right, when we won the league. Now imagine Gerrard in that position instead.
They won't handle it. Can't handle it.
Gerrard is on another level, man. He's a different level to Henderson.
Nah, I would say Kimmich got sauce if you've been watching him. This guy's like really like his gameplay. It's really good.
He's
very good.
But Zima, the point that Undisputed is making though is that I'm a huge fan of Joshua Kimmich. Is he technically, footballing wise, as good as peak Pirlo?
No.
Peak Iniesta?
No, not
Modric?
that. Not that, but I would say he's shown more sauce than I've seen from Steven G. I would say that in terms on the ball.
I agree.
He's a better player than Jared. Of course he is. Like that's it.
Not by far.
The one more thing, like the problem is that right now what I've noticed is that a lot of technically gifted players, for one reason or another, they're just struggling. Pogba, I don't know, he can't get in. He's on and off with Man U. You've got Marco, who seems to have injury problems, even though Marco is class. Isco can't get in Madrid. Dybala can't get in Juventus. It's just I don't know what the problem is, but these guys, they either get benched, they can't get in the team, or they just keep getting injured. But for some reason, it's a workman's game now.
And I think it was also last year's CL winner was going to be very key. If PSG won, especially if Neymar or Mbappe did something that's final, I think the big thing, because I think PSG and Bayern represents two different ideas and ideals. So if PSG had won, it'd be like, bro, we need a superstar. But with the Bayern winning, was like, no, this is still team.
Yeah.
Because yes, Bayern have good individuals, but it's very much about this is team, and the team ethos beats PSG. But if you look at that final again, which was extremely close, which is why we have to talk about Neuer. Because I saw Neuer save again. That save was amazing. Because
which save are you talking about?
You know, basically where it was 1v1, then Neymar tried to cut it back to Di Maria, then he saved it again.
Oh, yeah.
Because if he had done that cut back, Di Maria would just put it in an open net. So that double save was freaking huge. So amongst the save with Marquinhos and so forth. So it's like was such a key CL final based off the two kind of battling ideas of football of team ethos and superstars.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's
to be
going to
fair,
be again of superstars against team ethos.
I'm not sure. To be fair, PSG did change the way they played to help them progress, but okay.
So we want to finish off on this, Peter?
I think the last superstar team to win the Champions League, not that relied primarily on individual brilliance, was 2015. That was the last time. Ever since then, there have been functional teams. That was the last superstar team to win the Champions League.
Because Real Madrid, that's team. Liverpool, that's team. Bayern Munich, that's team.
Functional.
So everything is functional. 2013, that was team. 2012, it was team stroke Drogba. So really, the last time, because MSN was like, no, we have these three amazing individuals. And then what did he see? Who did he lose to next year? Atletico Madrid, which is very much his team.
Yeah, and nobody gives that much credit to Iniesta. That guy was absolute magic when it comes to big games.
At that age as well.
Bro, if you guys notice, when Iniesta started declining, that's when MSN started being ass too. When Iniesta started declining.
Barcelona's humiliation started when Iniesta got old.
Yeah. No. Iniesta was the best player in that final. I was watching him carefully. This guy was magic. He was money.
Wait. Come on. Let me just take a few dozen. I'll come to you, Nasa. So, oh my God. Rodrigo Rodesman, thanks for the dub. He says, we live in the post-tiki-taka era. Since 2012, the Gegenpress has triumphed the battle of philosophy. The best teams now press hard to squeeze the pitch. 100%. And the thing is that because teams press so aggressively, I don't think guys are like, do we really want an Isco in this game? Because Isco needs time on the ball. But Isco is going to be squeezed by people pressing from the front. And this is why defenders don't have to be such good defenders, because teams are defending from the very front. So the aim is your team is going to win the ball back before the opposition even comes to you. So I think that's but everything evolves. Because what you may see is a whole bunch of players who can beat the press as individuals and say, I can quickly get past this one guy and hit the 70-yard pass and this through ball to dude. Because it's just as Neymar keeps on getting unfit. You can press Neymar, he's going to beat that press based on how talented he is. Yes' side says, make Sauce greater than Gerrard, let alone Pogba.
What? McTominay?
Yes, side, you're smoking crack. And I'm a huge fan of McTominay. But you're smoking crack. Natsa, what you about to say, Natsa?
No, I was just trying to give credit to Iniesta, because I always say Iniesta is the best central midfielder. Greatest central midfielder, because in all
whoa. No, excuse me? Greatest what?
Greatest central midfielder.
Of all time. Are you saying of all time?
Speak on it, Nasa. Speak on it. Preach to the choir, speak on it, convert these heads.
Son is more of a nostalgia merchant kind of guy. But he is obviously top 2 central midfielders of all time. But if you want to be objective, in all competitions, even in the 2015 when it was the last years of his tenure for Iniesta, this guy was linking up. He was in my opinion, he was a main guy that made them flourish. MSN. No, Natsa.
He's gonna say Xavi.
No, wait. I love Iniesta. As I said before, Iniesta's Siamese twin is Xavi.
I knew I was gonna say that.
That's the first thing. And Iniesta,
I don't like that.
Iniesta was dependent on the system of Spain, the system of Barcelona, and the guys around him. I'm sorry. This is why you can't put Iniesta in the same breath as Zidane. Homeboy was retired. France were not even going to qualify. He came out of retirement, helped them out of qualification, and dragged them to a freaking World Cup final. Iniesta ain't doing that. Iniesta was dependent on the system working. That's a fact.
No, but he caused his team though by headbutting. So at the end of the day, he caused his own doing.
Exactly.
No. Let me just say this. This is why I say when I say Modric is better than Xavi, I don't know why Barca fan attack me. I'm just saying based on the system. Let's be real. Yes, Xavi won a World Cup over Madrid. Of course, Xavi is a legend of the game. One of the greatest midfielder, top 5 or whatever where you want to rank him. Yes, but the problem with that Spain team, let's keep it real, it was the same system from that Barca team. Madrid, 2 different systems. Real Madrid 2014 system, Zidane system, Benitez system, and Croatia system. I'm not saying Madrid wouldn't. I just haven't seen it. I just haven't seen Xavi in a different system.
So you guys
And Madrid is still balling at 36. Where was Xavi and yes at that age that they are now? He's still balling.
He's what?
And
He's
for
what?
Zidane,
A World Cup, that's where he's at.
no, but the other thing
He's
too is
balling.
for Zidane, bro. The guy literally came out of retirement to help his country qualify for a World Cup.
How old
He
was he?
lubricated us in that 06 quarterfinal, bro.
Wilson, and how old was Zidane? No.
Zidane was 35, bro. 35.
At 34, we have Iniesta, who is in Japan.
So you're gonna
No,
blame?
that's not fair. That's not fair.
Let's not
Zidane
do
started
that.
his career.
Don't do that.
No, he started his career when he was 20.
But you guys can't deny what
That's when he
Zidane
started
did.
his career.
Yes, Zidane lost. Listen though. Yes,
Iniesta achieved
Zidane.
more than Zidane.
Yes, Zidane lost the 06 final. We're not gonna deny that. But the problem is the fact that this guy came out of retirement, bro, to help his country qualify and lubricated us. He literally lubricated us in that quarterfinal. It was sad. It was disgusting.
Don't you dare put. Don't
And name. I'm not even. It's just making me turn me into a fanboy. And bro. Name me another player that has an iconic moment like that. Headbutt somebody in a World Cup final, bro. Please name me another player that has something like that.
Please,
What did Zidane do in the Euros?
No.
What did Zidane do in the Euros?
He still won a freaking Euros in Euro 2000, and he was arguably the best player. Tell me, has Iniesta ever scored? No, has Iniesta ever scored a winning goal in a Champions League final with his left foot as a volley?
You can use that logic. He scored the game winner in the World Cup in 2010 against Serie. You can't use that logic. You can't use that logic. Iniesta scored the
extra time. In extra time, he scored.
What you should have said is, as Iniesta scored the greatest goal ever in the Champions League. In history. That's what you should have said.
No.
I want to see one thing.
Let's be real. That's Iniesta goal. Cool. 10-man Haaland.
Oh my
and Fabregas put it on a plate for you.
What about Iron Robin? What about Iron Robin having chances at the final?
Listen, I know I criticize Zidane, but I know I criticize Zidane, but I still rate him higher than Xavi and Iniesta. And my reasoning is, I think you can put Zidane anywhere, and his brilliance will shine through. I think Iniesta. I think here's the thing. Iniesta, I think you can put in most teams. His brilliance will shine through. Xavi is the guy I don't rate as highly as some other people do, and the main reason is
are you sure Iniesta can play well in any system? Are you
There's nothing wrong. Wait, guys, there's nothing wrong being a system merchant. There's nothing wrong. That's who you are. That's just who you are.
Are you sure?
There's negative connotations behind it. Don't try to act like there's no
That's just who you are.
No. There's negative connotations behind it. Wilton, we had Muntaha called Xavi a system merchant in vain. It's like, don't tell me that it doesn't have negative connotations behind it.
He just said he's better because he can work in more than one system. He just said he's better because
Z-Man, did you know that in 2008, Rijkaard wanted to sell Xavi to Bayern? What does it tell you about a guy who, in his prime, 28 years of age, was on the verge of being sold?
What about Bayern wanting him?
Wait.
You see, it could be
what
fun.
about R9? No. What about R9? No. Wait. Let me speak. No. What about R9 being sold from Barcelona to leave Barcelona in his teenage time? Why was he sold? Okay, if you want to use the same argument,
R9
and he said he wanted to stay. By the way, R9 said he wanted to stay. They forced him out.
Ziman, let me ask Ziman this question. Would Iniesta start on any team over Zidane if Zidane is that guy on the bench with both of them on the bench? Would any coach pick Iniesta over Zidane, bro? Be objective.
Yes, they would.
You sick, bro.
Yes,
you
they
are
would.
sick.
They would. 100% they would.
Zeman, I swear.
Go ahead.
I like everything's going off.
No.
I want to say one more thing. I want to say one more thing.
It's already dancing for no reason.
I don't think. Here's the thing, guys. I don't
actually. You said R9. No, you said R9. No, you said Iniesta is playing for a Japanese team. Okay, what happened to how old was it when R9 finally stopped playing football? How old was he? How old was he? No. You just tell me. So Messi is better than R9. By using your dumbass logic, Messi is better than R9, and you prove yourself wrong.
Yeah, I have to respond because if you come after R9, I'm going to freaking respond. So give me time to respond. You said, oh, he left Barcelona for thingy. Oh my gosh, back then in the late 90s, Serie was the biggest league in the world. So going to Inter Milan at that time was a step up. That's what? Can I respond?
He's right on Serie.
He's actually right now.
He wasn't wanted in Barcelona, HH. He wasn't wanted in Barcelona.
Yes, he was. You guys did want him back. Barca did want him back.
He said he wanted to
his goals.
Barca did want him back. Barca did want him back. Barcelona literally said they made a mistake by letting him go. They didn't want to pay the money.
Thank you very much.
But it didn't mean shit. You guys are saying Xavi is shit because they wanted him out. It makes no sense.
Okay, wait. Nasser, let me just
playing might not fit for someone. It's
so
different.
The fact of the matter is this, and this is what I try to say to people. Being a system merchant, first of all, I don't even know how the hell we got here, but first, being a system merchant, that's not a bad thing.
No, HH, you need to stop with that rhetoric. I remember, no. Do you guys remember the clip where HH is talking about like Xavi being ranked as one of the best to have ever graced the Champions League? And his saying was he's a system merchant and he was angry. His veins were popping off. Don't give me that. It doesn't have a negative connotation behind it. Don't give me that bullshit.
The way Monta said it as well.
Okay, Zidane was the main star for France. Has Iniesta ever been the main star for Spain?
No, it's Wilton. Here's the problem. You guys are confusing Xavi and Iniesta. These guys need to be put in separate categories. Iniesta was not a system merchant. Xavi was a system.
But you just called him system merchant right now. You called him.
No. On this, no.
He had his shit behind system
merchant. You could put Iniesta anywhere and he would be brilliant because of his dribbling was amazing.
No, you don't know that. No. Let me sit right down. Spain.
This is
as well as Barcelona.
That always comes up.
No. It's Spain as well as Barcelona played the freaking same way. It was the same aesthetic.
Okay,
there is no proof. There is no proof that Iniesta.
It does not matter. Why is this so important?
It does not matter. Why does he have to leave? Okay, so he's supposed to go to another country, play for another country to prove that he can't play.
Eric, I'm just saying to that.
What's he supposed to do?
There's nothing wrong against it.
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong. Why did you say that Pogba is better than De Bruyne because he's
how many World Cup does De Bruyne have? How many World Cup?
It's separate. It's separate. Okay. No. Okay. Can I just make my Iniesta Zidane point? Just very simple. Iniesta was reliant on the system and the way in which that team played. Can I lie?
Let him lie.
You need to explain. Explain that's what you just said. Explain it.
Begging you, please.
He was the second best player for how many years?
How can I explain when you're cutting me off?
You don't explain when you're cutting me off. That's what it is.
He relied on the system.
Let me just finish my point, then you can respond. Let me just finish my point. So, please, let me just finish my point. I'm begging you. Iniesta was reliant on the system. When you look at Spain, there wasn't a player that stood out. You didn't say, man, they're reliant on Iniesta. Everybody was part of the ecosystem of playing this tiki-taka way. Iniesta was one of the best, but Fabregas was important, Xavi was important. They all played their roles. There wasn't a standout player. Spain were not looking for, we have to find Iniesta. We need Iniesta to function. No. Same thing in 2012 when David Silva came through.
Okay.
Hey,
your boy Iniesta Spain. No, you think Iniesta Spain? Did they win the World Cup?
Probably yes.
No, they don't. He's got the winner. My God.
So you're saying that Fabregas could have only played that ball to Iniesta. That nobody else could have put that ball through. See,
no, but he has to be in that position. He has to be in that position to score that goal. You have to be in that position to score that goal.
How do we know that no one else would have been in that position? Okay, Nasa.
Okay, you're thinking hypothetical.
Nasa, do you know who the
You're saying that France won't World Cup.
Wait. Nasa. Without David Villa, do they even make that final?
What?
Without David Villa, do they even make the World Cup final? Without David Villa?
Okay, you can say something about Zidane.
Didn't Zidane get carried to the final? Isn't that what you said a while ago?
Excuse me?
Yeah, you said Zidane got carried to a final when he was young.
That was in freaking '98.
But he scored 2 goals in the World Cup final.
The way HH talks about Mbappe scoring in the final and doesn't give Iniesta any credit.
Give him the credit.
No, you don't.
I don't hate. See, I'm not saying all that. Iniesta is a general.
Okay. Can I just be fully clear here? Iniesta is one of the best midfielders of the generation. You can argue Iniesta is top 10 midfielders of all time. But
Top 10.
you can't put Iniesta in the same category as Zidane because Zidane is arguably one of the greatest players we've ever seen. Iniesta didn't stand out to the
who's
as your
top
boy
10,
Zinedine Zidane.
Who's
I'm
top
sorry.
10? Who's top 10? Just tell me your top 10. What's your top 10? I want to know.
I have my list ready.
And the funny thing, so if you make
You don't want to go
Z-Man, I'll quickly give you mine.
If you're making a top 10 list of all time greatest who ever played the game, you're not gonna put Iniesta in that top 10.
No, we said midfielders. We said
midfielder. But even in general, Zidane is top 5 or top 10, bro. Like I've seen pundits, even English pundit. I've seen some English pundit put in a top 5 for them of all time. I'm not disrespecting Iniesta, not like it is a narrative merchant. We all know that, but Iniesta, we all know he's one of top 5 or top 10
For me, it doesn't bother me that people are saying Zidane's better than Iniesta. I'm just mad. People aren't giving enough love and credit to Iniesta. That's my problem with people.
They
always have to bash him down.
I respect it. No, I just said it.
Look at you, HH.
Zima, okay, so very quickly because I need to take this jobs. This is my thing with Iniesta. Fantastic player, superb player. You were in an amazing, well-functioning team. Zidane went to a team that was struggling to qualify for the freaking World Cup. So even if on paper that team was as good, they were not functioning as well as the Spain team and the Barcelona team. So what Zidane as an individual had to do to change the course of that team was far greater because that French team were far more dependent on Zidane than Spain or Barcelona were for Iniesta. That's it. Not saying Iniesta was trash. He's a quality player. But their levels, Iniesta is not sniffing. Zizou.
No, Zidane isn't mad that you said that. He just mad that
you said there's 10 midfielders that have ever graced the game that are in his level.
Top 7. Are you happy now?
No, I'm not happy. Top 7, bro. I want to hear names. I want to hear names.
Z-Man, I'll give you names. Z-Man, I'll give you names.
Wait, let him speed it. Let him speed it go.
Wait. Okay. Before you go, let me just hit this jobs because I'm going to make my list as well. So before you go, let me just hit this. So from
useless list.
From Promo, who says Gerrard is a more athletic Kevin De Bruyne beast. Nah.
I don't know about that.
I think De Bruyne has more technique.
Athleticism is.
So from Yasser's side, who says Xavi better than Iniesta? Xavi was a system. Nope. Xavi was better at his role than Iniesta. Iniesta was the better football player, 100%.
And better than yeah.
Cotley Awesome says R9 is the greatest player I've ever seen. El Diego is king. Cotley, as I've said, technically the best footballer player is R9. Nobody, I don't think, will ever touch R9 based on just pure ability.
No, you
Diego
say that.
is the king.
You say that, HH. You say that.
Let me land. So from your boy Yes side who says, thank you for the dub, Yes side who says, please watch what Zizou did to Brazil in 06. Yes said, I'm trying to explain to these people.
Okay, Yes side, we get it. He lubricated us.
That was the end of Brazil. That was the end of Brazil.
Let me land. Maxime Dagron who says, is Messi? Oh God! Maxime, you want to start a fight now? Is Messi the greatest system player of all time?
Not really, it's because look what he did with Argentina in 2014. That's a different system from that Barcelona system. Yes, he choked, but he still balled for Argentina.
What did he do in the
halfway?
Final?
That's why I said. That's why I say halfway. But how can you say he's a system merchant?
It's funny that Hated gives Zidane credit for taking.
You know why he's not a system merchant? 2018-19. That's why he's not a system.
Yeah.
He was never a system merchant.
You lead a team to that extent. Yeah.
Even
no, that was a one-man army.
No. It was one army, but even before that, you have to look at the player itself. Like, if you look at Messi, you don't even need to think twice. This guy is not a system player. It doesn't matter what system he is.
No, my problem.
How he plays.
Haters always
my problem with those people is the fact that they'll say, "Oh, he's a system merchant," but at the same time, they'll say that the system can't survive without him. So, is he a system merchant? You have to make up your mind. You can't be going flip flop.
Because at the end of the day, yes, I clown Messi all the time. Obviously, I have to. But yes, I clown him all the time when he choked with Argentina. But at the end of the day, leading up to the final, he did ball out for Argentina. He just didn't get the job done.
Wait, easy. To answer Zeman. So Undisputed, you'll have your list. This is my list. So Z-Man, this is my list. I'm going to give Iniesta like
is this based on player you've seen or overall? Overall,
no, players I've seen. So
okay.
This is midfielders.
That's insane.
So we have Zidane, Pirlo, Seedorf, Riquelme, Modric.
Pirlo? Over Iniesta, bro?
Pirlo.
Nah. Nah. I can understand you say Pirlo, but Seedorf, bro? Seedorf over Iniesta? No, that's sick, bro.
That's some sick thinking, bro.
Modric
I have to admit that was biased, HH.
No, Seedorf, I can understand. Seedorf, no, but I can understand Pirlo, but Seedorf, bro, that's very sick.
I knew he was gonna mess up as soon as they said Zidane, and he took a moment to really think about it. That's
3 systems. He said what's up for Ajax, said what's up for Milan, said what's up for Real Madrid. Iniesta operating in another system.
Okay, can I?
Degree of difficulty. No.
How's that done?
Iniesta, if you're so good, Iniesta, if you're so good, win with a bunch of 16-year-olds. Win a CL final with a bunch of 16-year-olds. That's Dodd. Seedorf did Dodd in 1995. Thank you.
That's it to Richmond.
Okay.
Richmond, go live in a pushing.
What's your list?
I will do all time. And I've given this a bit of thought. The ones I would put above Zidane, the ones I would put above Iniesta are Zidane, Platini, Cruyff, Zico, Matthias, and Juliet. I am 50-50 on Pirlo and Modric.
No, but in the spirit, H made his list based on the player he's seen. Like you have to, I'm pretty sure you have to go based on what you've seen.
He asked Z-Man
overall,
all time.
Okay, all time, yeah. But at the end of the day, Z-Man,
but I haven't seen Platini to say he's great. Like we haven't seen
Platini,
him.
Okay. Here's the thing. If Platini was the star of a team that won a Euros, won a European Cup, and he won 3 Ballon d'Ors in a row, would you say Iniesta was as individually brilliant as that?
Yeah,
he was the individual star of a team that won those trophies, and he won 3 Ballon d'Ors in a row. So you have to be honest here, Z-Man.
No. My problem with this whole thing is, have you seen them play? It's like it's easy to say they have an impact if you haven't seen them play.
I've seen some match compilations, but
it depends.
At the end of the day, if you're saying all time, then I'm going to go by all time.
Is it a GOAT list or a best list?
The best central midfielder of all time, by the way, is Matthias. Not attacking midfielder, just central. Matthias, Lothar Matthias.
I don't think you have to have
imagine. Imagine if you had a midfielder that could run like Kante and could run, was as defensively strong as Kante, and could score at the same rate as Lampard, and could drive through the midfield like Kaka. That was Matthias.
No. What about Rotole then?
Slightly
box
inferior to Matthias.
See, whenever we talk midfielders, it's difficult because we have to now look at roles. Because Iniesta plays much further up.
Yeah, he's more attack mid.
Ruud Gullit was a box to box. Those are 2 very different roles. Yes,
but he's talking about Matthias, so they're same type of player.
What about Maradona? Was Maradona a midfielder?
If you count him, then he's the GOAT, obviously. But it's
Maradona.
Maradona's in the GOAT, man. Sorry.
No, GOAT of midfielders for sure. He's better.
But
name a midfielder better
every
than
game.
him.
So Eric, if he's not the GOAT, who's the GOAT then? Who?
Pelé is the GOAT.
He's not a midfielder though.
Okay, the GOAT.
But Vilton, by the way, I have to tell you this. Vilton, I have to tell you this. I have watched I've watched hours of footage from Pelé, and I have to say I am unimpressed.
Go watch the documentary.
No. Undisputed. The only thing.
Score a hat trick in the quarterfinals.
No.
Goes in the semifinal and a goal in the Walker final and come back to me.
Wilton.
At 17. At 17.
You see. That's my problem. We have to put into context at the time because people might say he's revolutionized the game and shown stuff that wasn't shown. That's why some people might consider him as the GOAT.
Z-Man, you want me to be honest? Z-Man, here's the truth, right? I've watched several players who played in the 60s. You know the player who impressed me the most? George Best. He was the one who impressed me the most. Pelé didn't impress me as much. I'm going to be real here. Pelé looked clumsy with the ball. He misplaced so many passes. Miscontrols. I'm being honest. This is based on what I saw. This is based on what I saw. His legacy is his goals. Yeah, sorry.
See, my thing about it is with the whole Pelé thing is, first of all, we were never there. And that's the first thing. But the second thing is, this is why I just say you have to use pure logic. If you have a situation where almost everybody says this is the best player that I've ever seen, it's like then you have to use your logic, and the logic is we obviously haven't seen the kind of footage that they've seen. Look at how many disaster class compilations people put forth for Messi, Cristiano, Neymar, and so forth. There is a disaster class compilation for every player, but there's also a masterclass compilation. Like, what's it called? I was watching a thing where Pele says his greatest ever goal he scored wasn't caught on film. So they had to do like an animation for it, where this guy literally was doing keepy ups all the way, and then ended up with a volley as he was doing keepy ups all the way. So when you actually watch that, you're like crazy, but you never. So for
his line.
No, because but when you but like if you go into a court of law, we're not there. But how do we decide witnesses?
By history,
so,
yeah.
So if
By the way, how did it become a Sunday hangout?
No, like, look, it is what it is. Look, we're trying to get to the fourth hour here so we can run from the fourth hour. I blame you for bringing up Zidane and Iniesta.
That's the fact.
But it's just all I gotta say is this: name me another player at 17-year-old that scored a goal in the quarterfinal, a hat trick in the semifinal, and on the 2 goals in the final to help his country win the first World Cup ever at 17. Please name me another player in history that has done that, and I'll be quiet.
Your argument is based entirely on achievements, right? But I like the eye test.
But that's the thing, though. But that's what the goal is based on. The goal is based on eye test achievement, everything.
Here's the thing.
Just like what HS said. In terms of greatest, Cristiano's ahead of Messi because of what he did with Portugal in the Champions League. But in terms of best, we all know Messi's number one.
No, Filton. If we combine both, right? I think the ones I've seen, here's the players that impressed me the most, right? In terms of eye test are R9, Zidane, Maradona, Messi, and George Best. In terms of what they can do with a ball. It's just my opinion, and Pele doesn't come to that.
So Ronaldinho into there?
He's sixth.
No, in terms of in terms of modern,
I will give you HH out. You should if you can react to George Best. I would recommend it because I didn't really believe it.
I have seen George Best and I saw that goal he scored in the Emirates where he dribbled past everybody. Ronaldinho, I don't think there are many players based on pure ability that are better than Ronaldinho. I'm sorry,
it's close.
No, undisputed. George Best isn't touching the kind. Ronaldinho in a football match kept the ball on his chest and was walking with the ball on his chest like this in a full football. I'm sorry, Ronaldinho disrespected the.
No, I agree.
The players of the past tend to get treated with this like legendary status, while modern players, because we see them week in, week out, we don't treat them the same. So players we've seen, we criticize them more so than other players because we haven't seen majority of these players that balled in the 80s and the 70s. Because we haven't seen them, we think that they're undisputed greats when we have never really experienced it.
This is why I changed my mind on Pele. I used to think, he's the GOAT, everything. Then I actually watched him. I watched his games. I still think he's great, but I'm looking at
watching it live though. It's not the same watching highlights.
No, I watched a full Pele game. I literally saw every single touch he had in the game, and I'm looking at this guy. I'm thinking, he's good, but I think Messi and Maradona just have that more X factor, especially when they have the ball. They just explode into life.
Different eras, though.
Different eras. That's the other sick thing about the GOAT. Have you thought about the ball? It's all. Everybody has their opinion on it. Different eras, different rules.
Have you thought about the ball they played with? You didn't even think about things like
this. No. The problem with that argument is that George Best played in the same era, and he impressed me more than Pele did. That's the problem.
George Best impressed you more than Pele.
Yeah, he did. Dribbling-wise, for sure. Dribbling-wise.
No. See, my thing about this is I've always said that the greatest is Maradona. Maradona is the greatest because when we compare, because basically there is no quintessential greatest because you can always find flaws in everyone's game, but the closest thing to GOAT status is Maradona, based on what he did with Argentina in the World Cup and based on what he did with Napoli. Because for Cristiano and Messi, where's your World Cup? For Ronaldo R9, where's your Champions League? So you can always pick holes in almost everyone. But Maradona is the one that is closest.
Wait, did Maradona win a European Cup? Did
I
Maradona
think
win a
his
European?
Napoli achievements were more
So then he has the
impressive.
whole-
See, this is the other thing not to bring
no,
up.
no,
The
no,
European
but-
Cup
no,
wasn't the way it is now. The way the
no,
Champions League is now.
no, you see,
I know.
Nasa-
I know. It was
no,
more
no.
of a tournament than it is right now.
But Nasa, I said the closest thing. You see, now if you really want to talk about it, you see, but Zidane is different because yes, he's a World Cup winner and is one of the Champions League. But that '98 World Cup, he only showed up in the final. So my thing is that Maradona is Napoli for me is the greatest piece of dud I think I can think of. That literally is peak dud, is what he did with Napoli, and
So
we
Vardy is
also
the
waited for
greatest player of all
Argentina.
time.
What's it?
So Jamie Vardy is the greatest player of all time.
No. You know what's wild? You know what's wild?
He won 2
You know
league
what's wild?
titles with
No,
Napoli, my
you,
friend.
you know what's wild?
And was Vardy Leicester City's best player?
no,
What about Kante and
Napoli-
It can
Mahrez?
be a
Napoli-
very, very good coincidence, Hated.
No, Napoli only won 2 league titles, and they were under Maradona. That's it. That's
Even
only-
to this day,
that's
those are
crazy.
still the. And name me
That's
another player that
crazy.
dropped 5 assists and 5 goals in a World Cup, bro. That's unheard of. That's why I feel sorry for Messi. That pressure, bro, because that's freakish what Maradona did. Even by Maradona fan, that's freakish. Like 5 assists and 5 goals in a World Cup. Nobody has ever done that. So
okay, just last thing is just coming up to the last 10 minutes right now. Just out of curiosity, because I told you Sunday we'll get much more into internationals. So I don't want to talk too much about internationals because trust me, I'm going to get onto Messi and Argentina on Sunday. Don't worry. But just last thing, because just out of curiosity, maybe guys in live chat you can share as well. In your opinion, for you, who is the best player you've seen? Just the best player you've seen in terms of forget about GOAT. Who, in your opinion, is the best player you've seen? As I said, for me, it's Ronaldo Arna. Not the greatest. In your view of how you enjoy football and how you view football, who is the best player you've seen? Live chat, you can also put in yourself as well. I've always said it's Ronaldo, the real Ronaldo. Eric.
Yeah, for me, it has to be Messi. Like the ball control, the vision, the creativity.
all right, Eric, let's move on.
No, because I said ball. So Messi
I mean,
the best
Messi is
player.
just
in the live
different-
chat Rooney. Someone just said Rooney in the live chat.
The white Pele, relax. The white Pele, man.
Who? All right, JJ Jock, I'm putting you on timeout.
Wait, what did he say?
He said Rooney.
Rooney.
So enjoy
Hey
timeout.
man, that could be his best player, bro.
Wilson, I don't give a crap. Change your view then. If that's your
Richard,
then
but
change your brain.
You disrespect
bro,
Rooney a
it's
lot, though. You don't give Rooney enough credit.
No, Rooney's
But
good,
anyway.
but he's not GOAT. Okay, simple.
No. But Rooney can't be the best player you've seen. I'm sorry.
But what do you think about? But what do you think about Rooney though? You don't give him any respect.
No, he's pretty good, but he's a
You
domestic
said-
merchant.
Oh my!
Domestic merchant. He was never world class.
He's England's all-time scorer.
Eric, I couldn't give. England's all-time top scorer. How
Yeah,
many World
yeah.
Cup goals has he scored? How many World Cup goals?
You just
How
said
many?
he's a domestic
How
merchant,
many-
but he's
how many
England's
World
top
Cup
scorer.
goals?
Eric,
No,
friendlies
changing the
against
goalposts.
Azerbaijan
Wait,
don't
wait.
count.
Somebody in the
Start
lab
partying
said
against
Bobby Charlton.
Greenland and Krypton. So basically, Eric, all because you start partying against Krypton, Metropolis, and Gotham City doesn't make you world class. I'm sorry. So Eric said Messi. Vilton, who's your best player that you've seen?
Bobby Charlton.
You're lying.
Vilton, I know you're lying. So please.
So, no, the best player I've ever seen is Ronaldinho, bro. I grew up on watching Dino. Dino is the best player I've ever seen.
Dino is close, man. Natsa, if you dare say
I
David
wish.
Silva
I
or
wish.
Kevin De Bruyne, if you dare say David Silva or Kevin De Bruyne, I will slap
I didn't
you.
get. I would have said on that, but I didn't get to see I didn't get to see the Orna that you saw. The Orna I saw was fat, overweight. The 06 one was bad, and Kaká was getting there, but Kaká didn't live up to potential. So Dino was the best I've seen,
No,
man.
but Vilton, what I always say, and I'm sure people in your family will even agree as well, is that Arnan at his peak was frightening. But just let's face it, people, and you've seen me react to it. Impossible technique. There is no greater compilation of a player than Ronaldo impossible technique. When you see that, then you see a taster of just what the heck this guy was on, man. So for you, Darian, best player you've ever seen.
Yo, it got my boy R9. Just step over alone. I started watching football because of that, man. So R9 will always be my favorite footballer of all time. And Sam Black was number 2.
Wait, so who's number 2?
Eto'o.
Okay. Jamal, talk to me. Best player you've seen.
Messi.
Okay.
Yeah, Messi.
Z-Man.
I have to distinguish my favorite and the best I've seen. The best I've seen is, for me, it's Messi. His all-around play, it's incredible to watch. You gotta love it, HH. My favorite I've never seen a player trademark ball control like Ronaldinho. This guy literally trademarked ball control. And I remember, man, when I used to watch him as a kid, this guy was insane. Chest controls and all that, man. I really enjoyed it. I remember, man, when I used to watch him as a kid.
Okay, what the heck is that?
And all that, man. I really enjoyed it.
Mute your mic.
Okay, sorry. Almaris, yeah. What the heck? Jamaican kid, man. Best player you've seen.
Yeah. Well, it's from Tulsa. Since I was always a midfielder, I was like Seedorf. Yeah, it was good. Yeah, even when that guy was in this 38, 36, still magical. But for me, best player I've seen overall was Messi. But Seedorf was the
So we're seeing a lot of Messi, Dino. Mr. Marco, aka Hassan, talk to me. Best player you've ever seen.
Yeah, man, it's kind of obvious to say Messi and Ronaldinho. So I'm not gonna say them. So probably go for like Frank Ribery maybe in his prime.
Ribery in his prime.
Yeah.
But so you'd put Ribery above Zidane?
Yes. Above Robin.
Yeah, Ribery, Luis Figo.
So
Ribery and Figo,
okay.
yeah.
Why Ribery above Robin?
He's just giving a shout out.
Bro, Robin wasn't.
I don't want a shout out.
Yeah, Robin wasn't as skillful as Ribery. Like. Ribery had both feet inside out. Leave you for that though. Like.
Okay. Almaris, man, what about you? Best player you've ever seen?
About the GOAT conversation, because a lot of people don't even understand what GOAT means. You know, they think it's like the best player, but GOAT is not just what you do on the pitch. It's who had the biggest impact on the sport. That's also part of the GOAT conversation. Like, obviously, winning the biggest trophy in your sport is important, but you got to add who had the biggest impact on the sport. And Pele was the first global superstar. He was like,
thank you.
He was the first global superstar. And like, I don't know how it was back then, but I think because of Pele, football became big. Like, you know, this.
Respect, respect. Football.
You know, that's why you got kids today that say like LeBron is the GOAT, but if you add impact on the sport, it's Jordan. You know.
Oh no! I think that is a very clear distinction, which is why I say that Cristiano or Messi, you can't call them greater than Pele, because Pele's impact was basically, it's like this is that people that know nothing about football, they know about Pele. You know, they know what Pele was, and Pele was the first guy to globalize football. Same thing as you said with Jordan. Jordan was the first guy to globalize basketball and really bridge the gap and make basketball a global sport. But I'll talk to us about who is the best player you've seen. If we go the best you've seen.
Man, the best gotta be Messi. Like, he's on another level. Like Messi, like, you know, like, I mean, come on, man. You watch what Messi has been doing for 13 years, and he's telling me he's not the best to ever play the game.
Well.
I think everybody knows he's the best. They just don't want to say.
Yeah, everyone knows. That's not a fact.
Really. Sure.
Okay.
No. That's fair. Okay,
I'll
so
go last.
on this pizza. Okay, like no, so okay. On this pizza, first of all, before you go, if you open your rotten mouth and you mention the guy on your AVI as the best player you've seen, you know I've got to ban you from this hangout. So please, I'm begging you.
Okay.
Don't say Stephen is the best player you've seen. I'm begging you.
Excluding Captain Fantastic, I think from all the footage I've seen, I watch a lot of old footage as well. The most talented is Maradona, in my opinion, in terms of ball control, vision, dribbling, the ability to drive. I think in his first 2 years at Napoli, 84 to 86, I think that's the most talented footballer I've ever seen. He did things that Like he would do overhead bicycle crosses.
Okay, so why would you put? A lot of people disagree. Why would you put Maradona over Messi?
Even if we exclude achievements, we just look at ability, right? I've seen Maradona do some things that I've never seen anyone else do, just like overhead bicycle crosses, scoring directly from corners, just doing crazy things. Maradona was like Messi with flair, Messi with like Dino's unpredictability. It was ridiculous to watch. He didn't score as many goals, but from what the footage I've seen, Maradona got almost no chances per game. Either the league was really defensive or his teammates just couldn't create for him, but he was literally getting no chances per game. Any goal he did score, he had to do it himself somehow. So I think it's very close between the two. I think ability-wise, I think Maradona edges it just about, in my opinion.
So let me just get this quick dubs back for your roundout. So Society says, who's greater, Vardy or Kane? Jamie Vardy.
Vardy. That's not even thing.
Vardy easily.
Vardy. What are your thoughts if I would have said Marcelo?
Is the best player you've seen?
No, yeah. What if I said Marcelo's like the second best player I've seen?
That would make perfect sense. Like Marcelo, when
this guy was insane, bro. His first touch, bro. Oh my goodness, bro.
What I always said about Marcelo is, again, it goes back to the point we're making about individuals and entertaining. Guaranteed, Marcelo will do one crazy piece of skill in every game, hands down. One thing he will go, whoa, in every game. Plus, he'll be effective. He'll do the right thing. He'll play his role well, but he will always do one crazy piece of skill in every single game. So that's why when he was really at his peak, I was like, no, this is like my favorite player because of his approach.
I have a very quick question for you.
Okay, wait, before you go, let me just hit this. From Nasser, who says, my battery died, but easy. Messi is the best. No better than Maradona, bro. No. Eric, what do you want?
So one thing that really annoyed me, especially when Madrid won the CL 3 times in a row, I always kept asking myself, why doesn't anybody exploit Marcelo? Why didn't teams try and like it just didn't happen. Nobody tried to.
Because Marcelo is so good on the ball. When you have a player like Isco and Marcelo that was so good at the ball, like it's so hard.
No, but Vilsa, I think he means by
attacking.
He's so far up.
Oh, okay.
But that's why Casemiro was so good.
And Ramos
was so good. Because
Ramos
Zidane, again, this goes back to my whole João Felix thing about, if you can't counter press. Zidane knew that Marcelo defensively, it ain't happening. But he gives us so much attacking wise. He'll say, your Casemiro, watch that left flank. Your Varane, Ramos, come in and flank, because people will try to exploit that space. So you make sure that you come out wide and exploit that space, because I'm willing to sacrifice his defensive frailties because he is so important and gives us so much going forward and works so well with Cristiano on that flank. So, and Marcelo was very,
but that's why Bayern Munich exploited that side with Robin in that 2013 season.
They didn't play them.
We didn't play them. We didn't play them. We lost them penalty shootout in 2012 against them, but we didn't play them in 2013.
We didn't play them in 2013. You see, but
and
that's the thing is.
No, I mean that time when Bayern went to the final that year.
The 2018? The 2018?
2017.
You mean the 2012?
We played them in both. We played them in 2017 and 2018. We beat them in both, so it really doesn't matter.
Yeah, they still beat them, man. But it's like, you see, when you look at a guy like Marcelo, that is why I will always admire, because people always say, oh my gosh, you were at fault for 7-1. Yeah, cool. Look, 7-1. A lot of guys were at fault for 7-1, man. But the reason why I love Marcelo is, you see, I get it. You have to be effective. You've got to do the right things about winning and so forth. But I appreciate guys who are like, I want to entertain guys. Which is why I say, and people, we call me crazy. I believe Ronaldinho amongst football purists is more beloved than Messi, because people respect what Messi is based on just how crazy talented he is. But if you're a football purist where you play football every day, you do football and all that kind of stuff, because Ronaldinho, I believe, is the only player who brought the streets to a professional football match. because the things that Dino pulled off, you're not allowed. You're not supposed to do that stuff in the football.
Can I ask you something? Do you think Messi has the skills to do it if he wanted to? Or he doesn't have it in him?
I think he's a different type of dribbler.
Messi is so talented. I think he does, but he's just so winning minded that he doesn't bother.
Here's the thing. No,
it's more effective.
I say no because it's two things. I do believe that Dino has a more dynamic ability and than Messi, and also personality. A lot of football is your personality. Ronaldinho's personality, like, look at what he looks like. The guy is swagged up. The guy is swag. The guy has style. So his personality is, I want to entertain. Messi is
looks like a private school student.
Messi no. Family life, doesn't talk too much, very quiet and so forth. So he's like, okay, I just want to get past you. So what do I need to do to win this game? So 1-2, pass, boom, 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 pass it. So Messi's talent is just like, he's using just his instinct to just get past guys, top corner, boom. But Dino is like, hey, let me add some sauce to it. Let me add some swag. Let me add some panache because of his personality. So his personality oozes off what he did on the pitch. Hence why there's never been a guy like Dino because who Dino is as a guy. Because he had so much personality, which not many players have. Some players may have the personality, but not the skill. Some players may have the skill, but not the personality.
Not to mention the fact that
Neymar.
Not to mention the fact that Ronaldinho's dribbling base comes heavily from Brazil influence, while Messi is more Argentinian. Argentinians dribble that way. It's about close control, getting past your opponent. It's not about step over as much as you look at Maradona. His style of dribbling is different from Ronaldinho.
And also remember, Messi is left-footed, and he's very, very left-footed. So many very left-footed and everything. Sometimes he can use his right-footed, but a lot of his dribbling leans heavily on his left foot. But Ronaldinho, it's much same thing with R9. It's right and left foot. But my thing is that it's the kinds of things. Basically, remember that skill that he did against Werder Bremen, where he has the ball and he just does like a pirouette roll round and just takes the ball all the way through. So the kinds of things he's thinking of doing, you're like, wait, who thinks of doing that? But here's the thing though, if you go to futsal, somebody would do that. But in futsal, you don't do that in 11-a-side. You don't do that in a Champions League match.
So if I'm listening you correctly, you think your best players are R9, Ronaldinho, and who is third? Would you say is Messi?
As the best players that I've seen.
Yeah.
I mean, it probably might be Messi. Yeah.
No, AJ,
just based on just best.
But AJ, I'm going to pose a question. Would you say, having watched Okocha, would you say Okocha would be a little bit above? Little bit.
It's
JJ, yeah.
You see, Okocha, man. That's the thing, man. When you're not bringing Okocha into it, man, I'll probably put, based on just talent, I put Okocha above Messi.
Whoa,
based on just footballing talent, bro. Because see, my thing is that it's the kinds of things that Okocha did. Because Messi for me is like, this is just total efficiency to the highest level. But Okocha is like, wait, what did he just do? Same thing with Aaron. See, Aaron is the worst. Because Aaron is like, what the hell is this guy doing? Because you're bringing in so many technical skills. I mean, basically, it goes back to the point of where the players that make you want to go out and play. Because I remember Okocha did this skill that I think R9 did at the World Cup. I remember in school, we were all trying to do it. We're like, man, how does he do that? So it's like guys like Okocha, R9, Dino. These are guys that like make you want to say, no, I need to go out and try and do this. Let me try and mimic this. There's nothing that Messi does that you want to mimic.
Yeah, but what's talent? What's talent though? My problem with the whole talent isn't down to dribbling; it's down to passing in different facets of the game.
Let me ask you guys this: who do you guys think has more raw talent, Neymar or Messi?
Neymar.
Messi. Different. I think they have different talent.
Yeah, different. Yeah. But as raw Neymar, I would say Neymar's more raw.
I honestly feel that if Messi had the skill, had the personality of, say, Cristiano, right? He would be doing incredible skills because he has the technical ability to do so. He just doesn't have the personality to do so. Whereas Cristiano has the personality to do skills, but he doesn't have the ability to do them. So it's
not to mention, when was the last time we had a player that would rank high in so many different facets of the game? We haven't had a player like that.
Have you guys seen Messi do stepovers? I've seen a video of him doing it in like 2005 in La Masia. It was really good.
Yeah.
Like it looked really fluid, but he just never does it. Doesn't bother with it.
No. Look. See, Messi, I've seen him put the ball through a guy's legs.
Yeah,
I've seen him do feints. I've seen him do dummies and so forth. Like Messi's dribbling is bloody amazing. But my thing is, when I say like your creativity, it's the kinds of things that Dino thinks of doing in a game. Sorry, Jamal, you want to say something?
You love dribbling with flair. And that's cool. That's understand it. Because for me, you said Okocha was a better player. I think you mean Okocha is a better dribbler than Messi. But to say player, I mean you have to say other things like shooting, passing.
Oh, no. I think it's key to defining things. I think if you just say let's just say overall talent, you could argue that Messi might be the most talented player ever. Now this is putting my bias away and what I like in a player. So putting away my bias, you could argue that Messi is the most talented player in terms of his goal scoring, his free kicks, his passing, his playmaking, his ability to play in the 4-3-3 on the flank, false 9, number 10, playmaker, and free roll. I don't think that there's ever been a more talented footballer than Messi.
Yeah, but what I would say that I saw comment. I would say that Messi has all of the fundamental which a footballer technical should have. That's why he leads so much in chance creation, passes. He's more fun. I would say Messi is a fundamental footballer, the model. Because look at his body feints. Fundamental. Every footballer from body feints are fundamental.
No. But my thing though is that, and this is why it's so difficult when you now think of the true greats. Because I've always said that if you take Cristiano's mentality and character and Messi's talent, in my opinion, you have Maradona. Because if you give Messi a stronger character and mentality, they probably win that World Cup in 2014, and they probably win a Copa America because your character is what says to you that okay, no, I have to find a way of getting it done. It's like.
Chase, have you seen the lineup for the 2014 World Cup final for Argentina?
Oh, Lucas Biglia and Dama.
You're gonna talk about Messi. Look at the lineup, man. Even Di Maria wasn't playing.
Nah, come on.
Nah, you can't use that excuse. I'm honest. You can't use that excuse. You can't use that because yes, Higuain choked, but Messi did also choke too. You can't just use that excuse. Messi had two good opportunities to score.
See, this is what I hate when this stuff happens. I don't give a crap who was on that team and so forth. I watched the game, and the game was close. And Argentina had chances because Sabella built a very effective team that was hard to break down. Hence why Germany, who scored 7 goals in the semis, had to wait until second of extra time to finally break down Argentina. So Sabella gave you the perfect platform. All messages, just get the goal. You had the chance, you had the opportunity, but that's why when it comes to a World Cup final, you have to put. It's not about talent. It's about mentality. That's the mistake that people make. You see, Champions League, it's about talent. Internationals and so forth, which is what we're going to talk about on Sunday, it's your character and your mentality. Ronaldo didn't win that World Cup in O2 based on his talent. It was, bro, I'm winning this based on his character, Which is why if you look at his goal against Turkey in the semis, that was all him. He was like, okay, I'm going to take this ball, run half the length of the pitch, and toe poke that into the bottom right-hand corner. Boom. Let's roll. So you need the mentality of like, no, screw everyone else. Give me the ball. and putting that ball inside that back of that net. So screw system, screw passing, boom. So, and also, we're dealing with a guy who scored 92 goals in a calendar year. Why are you deferring to Higuain or whatsoever?
Hey, Church, the reason why Messi isn't a sixth horseman is because of Jerome Boateng, man.
You say what? Messi isn't. He can't be the sixth horseman because he doesn't have a freaking World Cup.
Nah, the reason he isn't is because of Jerome Boateng.
The what's there?
Jerome Boateng is the reason he's not sixth horseman.
Boateng. Jerome.
Oh no. Look, I mean, my thing is, Messi, if he had delivered that World Cup, he would have easily been the sixth horseman. Because see, let's be real, and this is what I've always said. When all is said and done, when you look at Messi's show reel, it's going to be crazy. Because I think that Messi's show reel to people it's like how people see. This is the beauty of guys living now. Pele, we just don't have enough footage and so forth, so we have to just rely upon what people said and say, no, this guy was that dude. But for Messi, we have the footage here. So in 15, 20, 30 years' time, Messi's highlight reel is going to be unlike any other person's. And not just keeping it real. There is no player of this era who will have a better highlights reel than what Messi did, because you're like, man, this guy was what? Dribbling past 4 guys. At a point in a season, Messi was chipping the keeper every other goal. So I don't think we've paused to appreciate just what this guy has done for 10 plus years.
Bro, still no World Cup goals.
If he won that World Cup, he would have been the new GOAT.
Yeah, but still hasn't scored the World Cup knockout stage. I'm waiting on that. I'm waiting on that next year. I'll hold to all the best awards to that.
If he does it, that's the end of Vilton.
I thought we were going to be 7 to go. HH wants to walk at your favorite golf, man.
Yeah.
What's your favorite Ronaldinho skill? Is it when the ball is shorter or the no-look pass?
There are too many. But there was one skill that dribbled me, where I was dribbled. And it was the one that he did against Werder Bremen, where it's hard to explain. But I'll probably post it onto Twitter, where like he had the ball and they thought that he was going to pass the ball, and he just sort of like dragged the ball all the way through between 2 Werder Bremen players.
Do you remember the Ronaldinho dribble when he was playing for PSG? He did the rainbow on top of a person. He just kept doing the step over and just slide it between the goalkeeper like that.
Oh no, I don't remember the one. But remember the one where like it was against. I think it was against Bilbao, where he got the ball and just over the guy's head.
What about that Chelsea goal? That Chelsea goal was insane. Nobody saw that coming.
I'll tell you right now.
That's magic. That's magic.
I've said this to everybody. That, in my opinion, is the best goal I've ever seen.
That was absolutely insane.
That's the best goal I have ever seen.
Even in the Clasico where he did so, I wasn't even mad, bro. I wasn't even mad that
Sergio Ramos.
Like, I wasn't even mad. You can't be mad. Like, you just appreciate it.
See, that is where you know that you have to put all club bias aside, that for the opposition, let's allow your fierce rivals to stand up and give you a standing ovation. That is when a player has, and here's the thing, how many fierce rivals fans have given a dude a standing ovation? It's never happened for Messi. Never for Cristiano. Never.
No, we will never do that for Messi. We will never do that for Messi, bro.
It happened to Iniesta already.
See, if Messi wasn't the greatest La Liga player of all time, we would have done it. But this guy has cost us so many La Ligas, bro. We will never do it. We will never do it.
Yeah, if Ronaldinho showed up, nobody would be clapping. If Cristiano Ronaldo showed up to our camp, nobody would be clapping for this guy.
But they change. The skill that you're talking about is called the elastico.
Yeah, elastico.
Where he goes to the left, then he comes back to the right.
I know that one. No, but I say the one he did against Werder Bremen, that was the key. Guys, look, I've got to go.
Atletico Bilbao. Yeah.
No, I've got to go because I've actually got to walk at Ellis Morris. So guys, I'll see you here Sunday, 10 p.m. International Talk, Euros, Nations Cup, Copa America. Guys, peace out. Stay through one love. 4 hours.
Perlis go. Perlis the go.
Guys, don't forget, a 58-year-old Frank Ribery is still playing on the wing and still moving fast.
What Javis was the motion, man? Javis was the motion.
Kylian Mbappé is not the black Milan, black Mark. It's the black Mario Balotelli.
That makes no sense.